You'll never guess who blue screened. That's right, it was me. Don't know why, but I did. Well, I do. Page in non-page area, I think it was. Page in, yeah. Probably that's instancing. Probably. It's such a vague issue. What it means is you try to access some memory somewhere. Oh boy, it's taking a while. Ah yes, something was working but not everything. Okay, Unity, why would you run an untitled project? Okay, so yeah, so I need to make it break and then have a look at the scene and see what I can work out. Can you just show me that tab? Oh, bless him. Can you see that on stream? Oh no, he's just breaking everything, really. Right. So, we're getting there. Underground should be black, that's the point. There is no ambience underground. There's a tiny amount of fog. And I've got a corrupted world now. Haha. Like proper corrupted, printing errors at me. Right, so what light am I seeing? So at this point, all my lights should be black. What actually is now, I've dropped the ambience to black, but something is still not black. It's not sun cloudy, it's sun. It's the sun. It's still... That's not ambience. I mean, interestingly, Oh, they're hidden, aren't they? Oh, shame. Yeah. Okay, so that doesn't work. Starting up Visual Studio, this may take some time. No. You should make it start up quickly. This is your job, not going... This is like an English road where they'll go, warning, there may be some really bad queues here. What have you done about this? Well, we've put up a sign telling you there might be some really bad queues. I'm not joking, that's literally what the UK does. If there's a bit with bad traffic, they just put a sign going, there might be some queues here, sorry about that. Right. Attach Unity debugger? I hope. Okay, cool, that's fine. Don't remember what we call this. Find all references. Now this is at the end of it, so this might actually just be arguing back and forwards. Question is, where are we? Okay. Yeah, so that's down. That's down a little bit on brightness. Huh? Oh, okay. That function doesn't do anything close to what I expected it to do. Because its colour is quite bright. It's at 0.9. What the hell does this do then? Oh, wait, hold on. No, wait. That's not sunlight. That's why. Okay, that's fine. It's this one. What is the grayscale of this light? 0.9. Okay. Whew. Tomas. Okay. We'll check that one because I've got a world here that I've been running for a while, so we will check. I'm pretty sure it's okay though. Color.lerp. So the sunlight is quite bright. Now it's a little bit darker. The skybox is now black. That's fine. That flips them along. That modifies the sun shafts. Or underneath 40, so they're disabled. See, I think the problem is, what will happen is in our next update, so what will happen is I'll put a breakpoint there, and we'll look at that later. I bet you that gets brighter by the time it comes back in. Yeah, so what's happening is we're lerping up, and then we're lerping down. So I thought that might be the case. So it's arguing. And basically, I either need to lerp it quicker, or not lerp it at all. I'm fairly sure the code isn't running. Seriously? Stop debugging. Thank you. Okay. If MB disable night fade for night. Yeah, that stops them arguing, you see. And it's there. There. And there. Okay. No. Tomas, we'll check. We'll check. Because I've been running a world now for an hour or two. We should absolutely be having resin in my world. Now, I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Come on! Okay, so we'll say what I want is to be pitch black. Obviously, we have other issues, but the skybox should be black as well. So we've got other things we'll need to fix, but we'll try to fix the light. So one step at a time. So let's run up here. At -50. That's when I determine oh, fucking piss on a bastard. That's fine. Fade down. Pop. So something is still setting that to brighter. Something. Anyway, I know where my last attack came from, and an attack will also consist of some tunnel nukers. Because I obviously suffered a blue screen, I have suffered some corruption. I've also been doing things like I've had bombs going off and then kind of quitting the game immediately, but like force quitting. So that's why we're seeing weird level corruption. It's not actually a bug. I was just a Nausea. Anyway, so let's head across the surface and see if we can't find some resin. All right, I know I got attacked from... Yes, it was this way. I was off into the yellow. So we'll go for a wander. I mean, don't forget, the organic rock is kind of balanced. It's not you're not supposed to find it immediately. And if you did, that would probably indicate, well, luck, really. But it does take a while for it to generate. And obviously, you've got a super-duper fast build. Now, after 3 hours, shouldn't be any problems. I'm not even going to ask what Spiderbot's doing. Okay, there's my... oh, that looks so good, doesn't it? Look at that. The idea, I don't really mind about that because you shouldn't get attacked before you've built a Spiderbot base anyway. Darn. I'm guessing that is... I'm guessing that's not soft resin there. Okay, but we're changing. But let's, Tomas, let's not change the subject. Are we getting soft resin? Yes, no. Are we getting tunnel nukers? Less, no. Organic rock is an inherent side effect of generating soft resin. No soft resin. No tunnel nukers. Sorry, no soft resin. No the other ones. Where's my fog? I don't like it when I. Okay, I guess it's nearly night time. Now, I don't see any. But what we can do, because oh god, what have I done with it? I can never find this one. No, construct bots. all. Hang on, please let me scan some stuff. There might be a bug, and it's entirely possible there's a bug, but we'll follow through. Rather than making an assumption, so what you've done is you made an assumption. And that's a very bad approach in programming. What you have to do is go, I know nothing. I have no idea what the problem is. Let us start from the beginning process of deducing. I forgot how you change what it spawns. Shift. Okay, I've totally forgotten how the mob spawn works. That's amazing. We can't. Okay. You used to be able to, so we'll put that back in. Yeah, tunnel nukers start immediately. Okay, that's the first thing that you should know. They start immediately. In the mob spawn manager, time until next nuker. Okay, so the way it works, if usually there's a tunnel nuker every 6 to 12 minutes. 3 to 6, but no, 1 to 6 minutes. Every 1 to 6 minutes. Okay? Unless your threat is very low. In which case, it will spawn another one more or less immediately. The idea is at the beginning of the game has to generate the world, and rather than you sit for 10 minutes and wait, it generates it quickly. Yeah, there you go. If you're under 100% threat, then we just keep spawning mobs until there are 4 tunnel nukers live all the time. That's the theory. Now, no one's saying that isn't a bug, obviously. Seriously? Oh, for fuck's sake, I've only been running Unity 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll also try and fix the sunlight whilst I'm there. But I should be able to now spawn tunnel nukers. But yeah, there should always be 4 tunnel nukers live somewhere in the world. Until you hit 100% threat. So there's another point where I am setting this. Wow. The find dialogue just appeared on a different monitor. Aha, it's probably there. Okay, fair enough. I did actually miss out one of the code paths. There are 4, not 3. And right. Okay, so multiple things to check. First of all, can I spawn tunnel nukers now? No. What? What the hell? You just think it's just completely ignoring me, going, no. Okay, I'm apparently an idiot. It does work, it just doesn't say it works. And then apparently I walk backwards into the overmind. Great. Wolfie, that's kind of literally what we're verifying now. Okay, no, what's this way? There may be an issue with the tunnel nukers in organic detritus. Maybe. I don't think there should be. They don't care. I've got a lot of errors in the log defects. See, that should be F8, and that should be to spawn a... That's what it should say. Yeah, I'm getting all sorts of errors in my world, by the way. Absolutely huge amounts of errors. Probably due to my blue screen. I am curious why I died from the overmind, though. That does seem a little bit strange. It may have spawned another overmind. I think this world is now dead. Due to... so when I'm in the editor, if I quit the game normally, it's fine. However, if I just press Control-P, it's like I ended the task. It doesn't get to close down or anything like that. Oh. I just got to wait. So it should be around here somewhere. It's probably over there. Oops. Oh, fuck. Fuck it. Teleport, minus 180, 5, 180. That should take me quite close to the overmind. If there's an overmind. So the overminds don't spawn immediately. The overminds have to look for a place to spawn. Are you shitting me? Yeah, if the overminds need to look for a place to spawn. So let's try the other side.
180, 0, 180. One of these has a I don't know, I don't know which one. Let's go to that. Aha! So in my case, I'm probably not getting very good tunnel nukers because of the plants. I put my CPH in a stupid place as well. I don't know why the mobs appear to be flying straight upwards. Like, I understand why they fly upwards there, but not here. And I don't understand why they're not coming from where that is. Oh well. I have to say, the mobs suddenly work a lot better, don't they? In the they work a lot better with this world graphic. So we should be spawning tunnel nukers here. Oh, my threats... Yeah, so there we go. We are spawning tunnel nukers. That's fine. I have no idea where they think they're going, but let me go click F8 and then Shift E. They should... F7, Shift E. There we go. Allow me to accelerate time a little bit. Tunnel nukers start rough. The tunnel nukers generate the surface on which the overmines can spawn. The overmines, after a couple of hours, will go, oh fuck this, and just spawn anyway. So again, you've never noticed this because you're playing the game, but off out in the blue yonder, it's different. At the beginning of the game, it doesn't generate immediately. It generates over several hours in an organic fashion. Okay, so I think the issue here is tunnel nukers can't take out. Tunnel nukers can't take out wood. I think that's what's happening. It's probably that's what's happening in your worlds. What I'm going to do is survival injection entity. Chick skin. If we're on air, just collapse. If we're on resin, just collapse. Okay. Very, very good. Very good, Nick. Would I believe that? That's brilliant. That's really good. Well done. M and X, comma M, oopsie, comma M and Y, -1, comma M and Z. So the problem is that these count as an entity, and tunnel nukers can't take out entities. Okay, so U short L cube equals. Okay, so if L cube equals E cube types dot air, or L cube equals E cube types dot resin, soft. Oh, it's Geiger, isn't it? Alien? No, what is it? Why? Okay, control, comma. Why are you not searching? I want you to search. I want you... Is it because it's... I have to say, Nick, by the way, if you are looking for something to do, the best thing you could do, just so you know, the best thing you could do would be to implement clients save a local copy of segments and load those back in, and then do a CRC with the server and only request ones that they need to. Safe explode. Oh, it's with. Oh, this is the Unity side one. That's it. Explode. Oh, Arachnid Rock. Of course it is. Of course it is. Really? I kind of want to, because it will drop the network load from large to virtually nothing. Right now, I've had to disable saturation and grass for network games. There's no way I'm going to be able to transmit that. To be honest, what I would probably suggest in that case is we just have a single cache. So if you join a world and you keep the cache, if you join a different world, the cache just is invalidated. If you join a world that's and you haven't joined it in a week, you know it's okay to start drawing the old segments. Probably most of them won't have changed by the time you actually get around to it. I just wouldn't really worry about it. Say, join a server that's different to the previous server, wipe the cache, or just say invalidate it somehow. Okay, so where were we? Oh, wait, this is the right place. So hopefully then... Oh, that didn't work. Error. SIJ tried to dig itself up, but failed. Okay. Okay, so if x equals mn x and y equals mny and z equals mnz, continue. Comment. We only dig ourselves up if we successfully clear the entire skin. And then finally, we'll do that at the end. Oh, that's just our segment, isn't it? If m segment dot is in a good state. Otherwise, we'll just... What would happen is whatever caused us to dig ourselves up, we'll just come back around and we'll do it again. And only at that point are we like, yeah, we've totally disassembled. Yeah, but I don't think FortressCraft is difficult to figure out. I think the problem with FortressCraft is people don't realise that they can just go do whatever the hell they want. I think that's more it. It's perfectly valid to explore and experiment and just do what you like. That's cool, do it, go for it. But people seem very worried they're going to break something or die. It's like, no, just go off and explore and enjoy it. Highlight on error. Error, get index had an illegal Z of -1. I don't see how that would... Oh. Wait. Yeah, whoops. Hellseg equals attempt to get segment. X, Y, 7. Yeah, that's what did it. Yeah, Nick, it's just I keep thinking about doing this. I do keep thinking having a look at it because it would drop the network load so much, like an unbelievable amount of reduced network load. I still see people going, oh, but FortressCraft uses up so much bandwidth. And I'm like, what do you mean? They go, well, I've looked at it and it's sending 5 megs a second. I'm like, yes, because it has to send 80 megabytes. So it sends 5 megs a second for 16 seconds and then it stops. It doesn't continue to send that much data. But obviously, once you take into account, once all the grass has grown and the world is generated, there we go. Once all the grass has grown and the world is generated, you don't have much change. It just kind of sits and does the same thing. Okay, dig up false. Bool lb give loot equals true. If give loot, and there's no semicolon there. Why has someone... Oh, fuck it. I hate people. I hate people who don't know what the fuck they're doing on Twitter. So this person just followed me, and I've got messages because they got 1.2 million followers. I'm like, holy shit. But they follow 1.19 million people. And apparently they have got 4.1 million Vine loops. How can she possibly have 4.1 million Vine loops? That's... Why are all her vines in her car? Does she just keep uploading the same one over and over again? But this is the problem, that so much of Twitter is based around how many followers you've got. So you've got this follow for follow thing. I don't understand. Like, she follows 1.2 million people. She obviously never actually looks at it. Yeah, Shaka, but you should avoid dying. But you can't explore or what's the word? Experiment. And I think a lot of people do kind of miss that. Like, it doesn't matter if it takes you an hour to achieve anything. You're not going to fail. I think that's the other thing. There's no real failure state in FortressCraft. I think that is a large part of it as well. People are worried about failing. And you just can't. I don't want to write a game where you fail. That doesn't sound like fun at all. I'll probably do exactly the same check on the plants, by the way. So the tunnel nukers won't be able to take the plants out. But they can potentially... make the landscape to the point where they can't really work on it. Well, I don't know. I mean, the help menu wasn't always in the game. It's been in there a long time, though. They're tunnel nukers. You don't normally get to see them. The thing is, they pre-calculate their impact point. So there's no point in spawning loads of them like this. It doesn't do anything. Although you can have 4 active, you can only really get the best result out of one of them. So if I make one more tunnel nuker, that one will probably do... Actually, what I can do, though, and I have done this before, what you can do, though, for testing stuff, you can do this. I should, yeah. Because they spawn different places. So they can actually start carving it. But this is how the level is generated. But you don't. You can watch it happen, but it doesn't. It's not something you actually really notice. And yes, there is organic rock, so no bug. Your problem, Reaper, is almost definitely the tunnel nuke is just smacking into trees. Almost definitely. Oh shit! Now this is a problem. Plant entities are segment entities, not machine entities. Now, machine entities, no problem. They store a segment, but plant entities, these don't ever actually look into their they don't look into their segment. Now, do I do this on load? From disk or play by player? Yeah. Now, I don't want to do this a lot at all. Because what the thing is that segment entities, they don't keep their segment live because they don't need to. And they also... unfortunately, don't have a frustrum. Oh, goddamn, this is a pain. I mean, the code's quite straightforward. The problem is... calling it. Now, if this was a single-player game, I would just predicate this off being close to the player. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a segment entity querying or getting at the segment data is super duper duper expensive. Like, that's what killed the performance of like Hoovers and things, like the storage hoppers. I'm just trying to work out. I mean, I might just add it in and see if it gets expensive. Okay, let's just if NMLF updates percent, how many? I'll just do it every 30 seconds. Like, I'm not that fussed if you dig up a plant and it hovers there for 30 seconds and kills itself. That's a 5, 10, 300, okay. This could happen lots more often if not multiplayer and MB in local frustum. So I have to call worldscript.instance.get segment. Oh, hold on. Get segment from machine frustum. Ooh, hold on a minute. A function that's only been called once. I don't know the difference between those two calls. I think that is cheaper. Because that doesn't include the world. That only includes things that are in the machine frustrums. I'm going to just make a note there. Kind of, to a degree, I kind of need a different system. I need like a... Machines don't have their own frustrum. There's one big frustrum that other things can get. Or a machine frustrum that doesn't keep it live. And then we just need to dig air up, I guess. World script build instance.build from entity. M segment, comma MNX, MNY, MNZ, comma eCube types.air. Grass is probably a similar thing. Grass already checks for air. In a very irregular way. Yeah. I see it. Yeah. If M distance to players 1 to 8 or world script dot hosting network manager hosting MP hosting server. I have no doubt, by the way, I have some issues with some of the stuff in network games. No surprise at all. So, for example, here, I don't think anything up here should actually be being called. I think the only thing we should actually be doing is here is updating the graphics. Now, grass is too expensive to consider transmitting across the network. It really is. It would just soak up so much bandwidth. So right now, if you're hosting a persistent dedicated server, you don't get any grass. Now, a listen server will have grass. I think update graphics can go there. Oh, okay, right. I don't need to worry about that anyway. That's fine. They already throw wobbly. They have to be on organic detritus. The grass. That's fine. Okay, let's see if that clears it up. Yeah, Tomas, the only reason they can't is because they are entities. It's okay, it's fixed now. Now they will dig themselves up. Don't worry. I haven't seen an issue with the grass. Because right now the grass, you see, only runs itself on... if you're within 128 metres, the grass tries to dig itself up. On the basis that, in a single-player game, you're the only thing that can dig the grass up. Unless you're hosting a server, in which case you need to check all the grass all the time. So as you can see, they were at 5,000 grass entities. Sorry, 50,000 grass entities. Now, that is quite a lot. The thing is, they're expensive because they're growing. So when they're spawned, they have to grow, and growing updates the material property blocks. That's for graphics. But once it's sort of settled down, which doesn't take very long, it's okay. So once they're rendered, once they're drawn, I don't know if you can see on the stream there. You see the grass and the plants all gently waving. Totally free. No, someone, it can't be done client-side because there's nothing to do it. There you go, all the plants just disappeared. There you go, that's fine. As long as it's kind of okay. Oh shit, that's not the right thing. As long as it's generally okay. So when you come here, you won't have had flying plants because they will have cleared themselves up at some point previously. So, next question. Organic. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, they're called rock thing. Did Unity just crash on me again? No, there we go. Okay, so. Do we get any rocks underground? No. But there you go. You can see how the tunnel nukers will work. Biker Dad, it's mostly C#. It's based on the Unity renderer. Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. That's not right, is it? Actually, that's pretty cool. Even if it's all at the same time wrong. That's the curse of using density for a lot of the calculations. Okay, so where are we going up there? So, to confirm, organic rock does spawn from tunnel nukers. Definitely, yes, 100%. To further check, I'm just going to have to sort of basically sit here now underground for a few minutes and let the game... oh yeah, it's generating rocks. So there we go. Yep, so confirmed, absolute, definite underground rocks. There they are. There is one. So, no ifs, no buts. Underground rocks are still there. Next question. Have I fixed the sunlight? Where's my CPH gone? There it is. I also need to fix the saturation on that. It's supposed to get a bit darker a bit quicker. Someone we've generally avoided having the clients do very much. That's why I was saying to Nick, the idea of the client storing their own copy of all the segments. So when you go into a segment, you generate its hash, and then you say, oh, hello, server. If I need this segment, can I have it, please? And here's the hash 1234. And the server goes, that's the same. You don't need to worry about it. And that'll help a lot because it only means you need to transmit the world once. Whereas right now, if you teleport surface to cold caverns, surface to cold caverns, we need to send you the whole thing. Now, obviously, if a segment has a machine in it and the machine's not fully asleep, the chances are that it will have changed. It's quite likely, very likely. But like in this segment here, if we just pop the segment display up, nothing in this segment is changed. The plants are asleep. The grass is not transmitted. The grass is asleep. There are no machines in the segment. The segment, its CRC will always be the same. Always. So we don't need to transmit that one, and the client can use its cache. And that would be honestly the most amazing amount of bandwidth saving. It's just that it's a lot of engine work. And I looked at it and went, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing. Okay, fingers crossed. If this doesn't work, I may swear. So far, so good. All apart from the skybox, but I know about that one already. That is good. I ignore that. I don't think you can see this on screen. I'm pretty sure on stream that just looks like a solid black, but it's not. So you can see on my screen, you can see the steps there and the fog off in the distance, just a little bit. What I will do though, just to help me out. In fact, I would just put it. I've already got one. Cool. Just so I've got a tunnel, so I can see what I'm doing. My cat is snoring ever so loudly. Yes, you are. Yep, yes, you're still snoring. It's alright, it's cute when cats snore though. Hello, PC guy. Yeah, Nick, somebody asked me about that on Facebook, and I'm like, I don't know if we can do HDR. I actually don't know if PCs can do HDR under any circumstances at all. So my TV's HDR. I've got HDR things. The PlayStation 4 is HDR. But I don't think PCs can actually squirt it out. So if I go to screen resolution, I'll bring the NVIDIA control panel, advanced settings, I don't have an option. I can't even try and output more than 32-bit colour. Because HDR is 40 or 48-bit colour. And here, I just don't think there is a way of doing it. Thank you for the follow, Biker Dad. That's appreciated. So yeah, you're totally right, Nick. But I don't know if NVIDIA supports it. I don't know if ATI supports it. I don't know if Unity supports it. I just genuinely have no clue. Yeah, in this case, it might be asking the monitor, hello, can you do HDR, and it going no. But I actually have a HDR to LDR, what's the word? Downsample. So that doesn't help. But what I mean is I can't set that. Like I said, I've got HDR set up, and HDR is really quite a jump. But here, like, this is HDR with tone mapping, which is not the same thing at all. That's totally different. I would love to be able to enable HDR, because I actually do generate a HDR buffer. It really has. I've already got one. Here, HDR output. No answer. Brilliant. DX10. Here we go. Maybe. Because I don't have a HDR screen up here, but I have a HDR screen downstairs. Yeah, see, that's not. I don't mean a HDR effect. I mean actually HDR. HDRR. No, it's not called high dynamic range rendering. It's just. Well, apparently we can do Shadow Model 4 can do 1 to 8-bit HDR rendering. But apparently Unity does. I don't know how. Nick seems to be under the impression that if you simply plug a HDR screen in, we're already internally running at a greater bit depth and then we're downsampling it. Entirely possible. Wouldn't surprise me at all. In that case, maybe I should get a 4K HDR screen. Yeah. No, I can't do that. Springload. Good grief, I can't do that. Bloodsport. The problem is we're already using HDR. Okay, so if I throw a glow stick, right, I will do a white glow stick. Boink. Wrong button. Okay. Now, when it gets brighter than 1, that's what bloom is. Bloom means it is brighter than 1. Now, HDR gives you, say, virtually unlimited range. It's the floating point buffer, which you can have numbers much brighter than 1. Whereas normally you can only have brightnesses between 0 and 1, and with only 256 steps there. But with proper HDR rendering, that means you can have many more steps. And it means that even though I've got this bright bit here, I'd still be able to see that down there. I don't think you can see that, but there is... Forget the big glowing bit, but there you can just see there. Maybe. That's the outline of the cave. Because what I've got... You get a cave and a cave. And another cave. The real question right at this moment, though, why, when we're underground, Nick, bloom is just a way of representing brightnesses greater than 1 in HDR, in SDR. It's just a technique to show this is very bright. In HDR, it's not such an issue because your brightness goes above 1 and you have more steps within it. So it means you don't need to bloom. Things are actually much brighter. But the problem without, in SDR, you hit full brightness, white. How do you show brighter than full brightness? How do you show brighter than 1? And bloom is just one of the techniques. You can also, there's other ones. There's Reinhardt Leibniz auto adjust, which I put in and I just couldn't get it to work. So that's the eyes adjusting to the darkness thing. And then you've also got, because you're in HDR, you've got more steps between black and white, but you can also go quite a lot past white. HDR screens go much, much, much brighter. The problem is that we've been using the term HDR for ages and ages. No, what you're talking about is fucking hell, let me look it up. It's white balanced adaptation, I think it is. I've got it, just can't get it to work. Yes, Springload, it stopped working entirely on me. So Nick, we actually have that in there. White balance adaptation. It's called I've got it disabled.
got it removed. Because I've got it. Because I wanted it, so when you were underground you couldn't see anything. Oh, God, auto. Okay, apparently they've removed it, but yeah. But HDR covers map floating point numbers in the depth in the brightness buffer. Brightness is greater than 1, and that's just HDR. And we've had that technique for like 15 years. The issue comes, how do you display that? And then you have multiple ways. You can rely on the improved color gamut and the more nits and the brightness of the screen. You can use bloom to say this is very bright, or you can use what you're talking about, which is white balancing. So that means that if you're in a very, very dark area, you reduce the range that you're using to display it into that area, and in a bright area, and then if you look at something bright, it would be white. We've got that already. I just can't remember the heck. Tone mapping. There we go. I'll turn it on because we've got it, and it's such a good idea. But I'll be buggered if I could get it to work right. Springload. I'm trying to fix all the issues that I've introduced by going underground with all the new lighting. Okay, so I've re-enabled tone mapping, Nick. I'm not sure I hit apply, but we'll see if it activates. So this is another technique of going between bright. So you can see there, I'm underground, and it's trying to make it bright. And then if I look at something actually bright, it will balance it off, and that's dark now, yeah? That's what you're talking about. It's not the best example because I have never quite got this technique to work right. So if I make something very bright, you can see there it's dimming it down. And then if I see that's black, and then I walk off here, and then because I'm no longer looking at something very bright, or trying not to look at something very bright, thank you, Arthur, you see it's balancing it up to match. That's called white balancing. As you can see, it is a technique that I've never quite got to behave the way I want it to, unfortunately. See, Chris, unfortunately, that almost sounds like you're being serious. Almost. So, Nick, if I had a proper HDR monitor, you don't need to do this technique quite so much. I don't know why I've never got it to work. I'd like it to. So the idea is then you can see underground in one way, and then when you leave, your eyes take a little while to adjust. It's one of the built-in Unity effects. I've just never quite got it to behave. How are you, Chris? Have you got snow up at your area yet? It's been it was so nice here. I went out for a motorbike ride yesterday. Okay, back to the surface. So Ozzy, because I've completely rewritten the lighting engine, the fog system, everything in FortressCraft, I have the issue now. I've broken a few of the underground things. So hopefully now, I haven't broken the surface too much. Let's go somewhere that will give me a nice colour sky. See, Chris, that's worry. I can't take you being serious for a sudden, and I'm getting worried. But yeah, performance is up, rendering is up, everything's looking great, draw distance is up. Nick, I have entirely pushed the segment visibility onto a thread now, unless we can't. So if I do a flip, you can just about see a tiny flip in, and I'm not sure if I can do much about that. But you do have to be playing like a bit of a spacker. But it's a lot better than it was. But it's now done entirely on the low frequency thread, so I'm limited to obviously 5 ticks. Yeah, Chris, I mean, for all the complaints everyone had about No Man's Sky, none of the complaints were ever, it doesn't look anything other than amazing. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to look at No Man's Sky and say, why does it look so good? What is it about No Man's Sky that looks so great? And the answer is a split complementary colour scheme,
which is not really a term that I understood until fairly recently. But if you look, like, ignore that mine's a bit, well, I should probably, let me find somewhere red to stand on. And it looks like I've just copied their stuff, but what they've done is a mathematical way of choosing a primary colour and then a complementary secondary colour and then a number of other colours that always fit. So the colours always fit. So if I walk onto green here, we'll have purple vegetation. The sky will slowly blend into a correct colour over 5-10 seconds. Oh, that's a tiny biome there. But it's the red one that looks just like looks like I've just copied No Man's Sky, but it's not. It's just the same maths, and this is maths that's been around for ages. Yes, good example. Good example. Yeah, you can see there. You know, we've got the orange and the blues. Roger Dean apparently only painted in. Yeah, there you go. Like, if you look at that, that's that colour and that's that colour, like to a T, because he's chosen the same thing, a very saturated, almost fully saturated, about 80% brightness. That is actually shockingly close, isn't it? Wow. And No Man's Sky, then they've done the same thing with their colours. So again, here you've got, even towards their logo, they've gone with a very, very, very similar pair of colours. That's actually an amazing example, Roger Dean. Roger Dean was the guy who did all the old Psygnosis cover art. I love that stuff. I absolutely love that style of art. But I said, for all the complaints about No Man's Sky, sci-fi book covers, if you look at a bunch of book covers from... there you go. Brilliant. If you look at the sci-fi art from those times, the 1970s cover art, that was the style, this very brightly saturated look. And I'm tired of the dark and gritty and depressing and all those sort of things. So right now, this Astroneer and No Man's Sky, I'd like to sit with those guys. I think both those guys have done an astounding visual job, even if both games have serious gameplay restrictions. So Astroneers is more pastely. Having said that, when I play Astroneers, it isn't this frickin' pastely. When I play Astroneers, it looks ever so saturated. So I can't find anything that looks saturated there at all. Yeah, that's kind of more what I get from out of Astroneers. So again, we've got blue and we've got purple. So they've gone with a triatic colour scheme, not a split complementary. And No Man's Sky is actually even more clever than FortressCraft, because what No Man's Sky does is it picks a different type of palette per planet. So some planets will have a split complementary, some planets will have a complementary, some planets will have a quadratic, and some planets will have a triatic colour scheme. So it doesn't look the same. I, on the other hand, need to just get one of them right rather than trying to sort of be a jack of all trades and master of none. The other interesting part, and I don't think I've actually gone over this in a few days, is the surface. The surface is very, very bright, sort of a cyan colour here. But as we go down, it becomes less and less saturated. So over about 60 metres, slowly, things there. Chris, I'd like to. I am using something called a Voronoi diagram. So if I pause the game and I work out where the hell I am, and I put the camera up here in the air, and I turn the lighting off. So I'm using what's called a Voronoi diagram. Thank you, Unity. No, I want to get rid of that. Thank you. Right. So you can see the shapes there. That's called a Voronoi diagram. Now, if I look at what a Voronoi diagram is, it's quite a complicated thingy, but it's basically that. So I'm using this technique. It's a very common technique for generating it. And the problem is, sometimes it does generate these little annoying ones. The problem is, so your immediate suggestion is fairly sensible, which is, we'll make them bigger. Now the problem with that, of course, is you're making them very, very big, but then you're just making ones that you couldn't see become in. it's self-similar, so it's infinite. I think I've got it about right. Little biomes like that are quite rare now, so I think I've got it about right. The problem is, if I make that biome bigger, this red one will become absolutely enormous. So it's a bit of a problem trying to... does that still work? Oh, that trick doesn't work anymore. Darn it. The other thing I like, if you see here, so this is FortressCraft without any of the new rendering techniques, and that's it with them. So we've got all of this instance rendering, and it's virtually free. No, that's the thing, Chris, because that's a post-processing technique, and you can't do that in Perlin. What we actually say is, what color is that square? Just that square. The way I'm doing this blending is by reading a whole bunch. But if we look at this green one, which is probably one of the smallest ones I've seen, I'd have to do a massive chunk of smoothing, like a huge chunk, and going, right, for all of these here, do we have a biome, and you detect the edge of the biome? It's quite a pain. But what it actually is, I'm actually getting back the distance to the edge of the biome from any given point. So I don't know. Say in this corner here, I could guess, so it's small that way, it's small that way, but I don't know how big it is in this direction. It could be 1 meter, it could be 100 light years. Overall, they're quite far and few between. This is why I've been asking people to give a lot of feedback on this patch, because we've obviously completely redone everything. All of the generation has been totally done from scratch. And on the surface, you've got these bright colours, bright saturated glory. And then as it goes down and down and down and down and down, it fades with as much accuracy as I can get out of the FortressCraft engine into this much more boring and muted underground. So the underground is now, not say boring looking, it's certainly darker, but because it's darker, the lights pop out even more, and you actually end up with quite a nice variety. So the underground is colourful. Monochromatic and less colourful, and the surface is very, very colourful. Previously, the underground has always looked quite good in FortressCraft. That's always been its strong bit, but the surface was depressing, mostly. Was more my problem with the depressingness. See, Radox, you use the J word. You can't say just. You're not allowed just. Sky. So the only problem I've got left, it's the sky. Now the sky box should have faded out there. It's not good as long as it doesn't pop at any point. I'm all right. Let's keep walking. Probably helps. That thing I disabled and swore out. I need to re-enable it. Please turn on the sky. Blip. There's the sky. But what I'm trying to solve here is a very difficult problem, which is I'm underground, but I'm in a big underground cave, which kind of looks like it should be above ground, even though it's below ground. And I've had a look at how both No Man's Sky and Astroneers attempt to solve this, and they both solve it very badly. Right, so what is that? Is that the fog override? No, is it the skybox? It won't be the skybox. I don't think. What am I seeing down there? What is it? It is the skybox, isn't it? What have I broken? Daisy has the same feel. If right 5% face to face, it's broad daylight. I'm guessing they're doing again a white balancing technique to make. Is that, does Daisy have the thing that if you go in somewhere dark you can't see for a few seconds and your eyes adjust? Because that's that one. I had a similar problem when I used to have a fire in a different game, because the fire was like 100 bright. So we had like 3 pixels of 100, and it completely screwed up all of the rest of it. I'm amazed, by the way, that DayZ doesn't implement ambient occlusion. It would really, really make the game look better, and it's so easy to do. And it's a screen space effect, so it doesn't even require rebaking the world, but the game seriously lacks proper ambient occlusion, and when you go indoors, it just looks unlit. Very surprised that they haven't fixed that one. Okay, so what am I supposed to be doing with this brightness here? I reduce the render settings .sidebox.set color material rent global skybox. Do they? Oh, are you sure? Like, I watched you do DayZ, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago, I think it was, and it wasn't. I was looking and God, this has not got ambient occlusion. It's just one of those things that it's an NVIDIA technique called horizon-based ambient occlusion, and you don't even need to program it. You just download it and go on. Okay. Now, for those of you who don't know what ambient occlusion is, because Chris and I just started talking about terms, and I'm sure a whole bunch of you have gone, you what, mate? So if I make a refinery, if I can just remember what on earth refractory. So this is probably the best machine to show off ambient occlusion in. Whoops. And I might make the sun a little dimmer at midday. Thing is, I don't know if you've ever been out in the midday sun, but it is pretty bright. Anyway, so we have this machine here. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll switch on the BHBAO. Now, this is the interesting thing. It's quite a subtle effect, and at the same time, it's not. So if I switch it to split without and with, so on the left-hand side, we have without. On the right-hand side, we have with. Now, you probably can't tell the difference. You're going, what's the point in that? But let me show you what it's actually done. That is what it's done. So that would have been white. So that is the modification it's made. It's detected that, behind the pipe, it's probably a bit dim, and it makes an incredible difference to the convincingness of objects. So if we switch to split without and with, it's probably best if we look at the floor. So on the left and the right, there, you can see that on the left, it's very, very bright, very harsh. There's no shadow. Now, also, I don't have shadows turned on at this second. And that's the good thing. This doesn't rely on direct lighting. On the right-hand side, we've got ambient occlusion on, and you can see it. It looks like it should be there. It feels like it's casting an indirect shadow. And it's a dead easy technique. It's not particularly expensive. It's definitely not complicated. But you can see there, if you look at the grass, no ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion. It makes an enormous difference to how convincing it feels that something is in the world. That looks like it's stuck on and it's bare and it's horrible. Ambient occlusion, it's casting not actual shadows, but sort of faux shadows. So if I actually turn the shadows on a bit, so I'll have shadows as well. So you can see there, it looks better with shadows. Definitely looks better, but with ambient occlusion, it just feels baked into the world. And it's a screen space effect, so it's fixed cost. Doesn't matter how many polygons you're rendering, it doesn't get more expensive. Let's split AO and AO only. So it's fixed cost. It doesn't cost more the more polygons are on screen, and it's a standard technique. Yeah, but it does, Chris. I mean, you can see it. You can see it working there. I mean, the right side is the ambient occlusion pass. I mean, it absolutely works great. It's just a full stop works technique. That's the thing. There's no reason not to use it. It always works. It works on normal maps. Works on so you see that those things are actually quite low poly, but we're still generating the ambient occlusion from the bump maps. What the other one? there on the left, ambient occlusion, on the right, the ambient occlusion pass. But it should do. If they've done it right, it should. I mean, I love how conveyor belts look in this. I mean, all the machines. So you can see there. So if I turn on split without width, so you can look here where you've got a lot of complex geometry covering it up. So you can see the ones on the left are too bright. You've got a machine backed up against another machine, and there's all sorts of geometry in the way. Well, it's a screen space effect, Chris. It works based on the pixels. It's not. You take the final image, the final screen, and you decide what to do with it based on that. And you can also make it much more intense or incredibly subtle. You can tighten it up and down. There's lots of tweaky things. But it's just done as a final pass. Yes, PC Guy, you are right. If you've ever played Borderlands 1, Borderlands 1 had an iterative first pass ambient occlusion effect. So it was horrible. Absolutely. I don't know what they were thinking. Horrible. Yes, if I actually zoom in, again, you can see the left-hand one is just too bright. It's just too bright. Because the ambient occlusion in real world, you've got all these sort of bits of machinery and all stuff in the way, and it would definitely make it. And you can see that's it's darkening. Where it's white, it's not doing anything, and where it's black, it's making it literally black. But it's a great technique, and I'm really, really glad I've got it. Like, really, really glad, because it just makes such a difference. None of this answers the question, though. Why is my skybox the wrong colour when I'm underground? Which is a more pressing issue right now. So I have implemented some improved vis culling. So performance is up again today. Yay. I apologise for the frame rate on stream, by the way. If I stop the stream and come out of the editor, I go from 25 frames a second to 75 frames a second. Miscreated? No, I don't think I know that one. Because we've got support for global illumination, but it's expensive. It's one of those, if you're going to have it, you kind of need to base your whole game around it. To be honest, looking at it, it's CryEngine. Okay. Now, here we go. First game to use Svogi. It's a bit of an unfair picture. First of all, it flashes white, and secondly, they've got sun flare on. There you go. I'm trying to work out what they're trying to show me. It would help if the cameras were in the same place and the shadows were the same. Like, that's before and after, but like the shadows are so different, it's a bit hard to say. Global illumination is a wonderful technique. Yeah, so what's happened here? This is more a classic render. So what we've got is we've got a skybox out here, and we're generating a... No, wait a minute. I think they've got that the wrong way. I think that's after and before, because that's got global illumination off there. Right, okay, that makes a bit more sense, because I was like, hold on a minute, that's the wrong way around. Okay, so this is a classic lighting scenario. You've got a light coming in here, and the inside is the ambient brightness. Here, the sunlight is coming in, and it's hitting these boards here, and those boards are then lighting up this. That's called global illumination, and it is a great technique. It's incredibly expensive and nearly impossible for dynamic worlds. Is Miscreated fully dynamic then, Chris? Because that's an impressive trick, if so. Yeah, the problem they've got here, they're really not showing good pictures to show it off. In fact, none of those showed it off at all, apart from there. And the thing is, Great technique, don't get me wrong, but if you're talking about, cool, I now get sunlight reflected onto tiles, it's not a brilliant one. Oh, okay, yeah, so yeah, it's pre-break global illumination, yeah. I'm surprised anyone's making a big deal about that, though, because Unity's had that for, what's the date? 23, 24 months now. But that's nice, and when you do it right, it does look nice. But it works best in games that are super duper over the top brightness. So if I put like a red ball here, you'll get just a hint of the light bouncing off onto the wall there. But yeah, all these techniques come together. HBO, no, that's a web thing. HBAO, and it's nice when I get to just basically use some of them. Yes, Chris, because at night, you see, you're using all the bounce information, and that will look great. Absolutely, should look 10 out of 10, wonderful. Attach to process. No, just attached. Why would I want to debug my... Here we go. Right, see if I can work out what's going on here. So the colour is black. That's fine. Actually, hold on. Let me just discern. Don't move the camera. Stop moving the camera. Thank you. If I go to the Survival Fog Manager. So again, one thing I've sort of mentioned a few times recently, when people say, "Oh, can you tweak the lighting?" Lighting is not just a number. I am balancing about 15 different things to get the game to look the way it does. Ooh. Now that confuses me. So that was kind of more the look I was going for. Ignore the blue band, and it's a bit bright, but kind of that sort of look. Not so in your face. And I wonder what's doing that. That means that something else in the game somewhere is playing with the fog. And I didn't say it could. I bet it's frickin' Unistorm. First thing I'm going to do when this game sells 1 million copies, pay someone just to rewrite Unistorm from scratch. I hate Unistorm so much. If I turn off Unistorm, and I also turn off the Survival Fog Manager. Yeah, so it's Unistorm messing around with the fog parameters that's causing that. Because what I was kind of thinking about, see if I just put that off the bottom so we can't see it, and what I was kind of looking at, you see, is something like what I was looking at is something a bit like let's try 32, something a bit like that for Underground. Bye, Chris. Thanks for saying hi. Happy New Chinese New Year as well. Gib, I'm using HBAO. So this is kind of what I was thinking about the Underground should look like, by the way. In pitch blackness, which is probably not something I need to worry too much about. See, there's just a hint off there of the world. You can see a glow thing there, but you can make out depth. I just need to work out why the skybox is playing. Silly fuckers. That would probably be too much. Again, you're going to struggle to see this on stream because once it's been compressed into MPEG, it's a bit knackedy. But yeah, it's kind of that sort of thing there where we're getting fake lighting from nothing. It's actually a lot brighter than I thought I'd be able to get away with. Because I can't see what I'm doing. It's not... doesn't mean I don't bother lighting it. It just means I'm like, ooh, hold on, this... ooh... You know there's something down there. But you don't know what it is. Probably not that much. That's probably overdoing it. 32 is probably... maybe 32 is about right, actually. It's a minimum clamp. Surprisingly high. I would have said more like 4. And I know that there's a cave. I can tell that it's deep and it goes a long way. I can't make out any details though, so that's an acceptable sort of thing. I turn the light on and I can see, it looks like that. But I'm assuming you're out of power. You're desperately trying to make your way back. I think that actually works really well. Just looking on stream, I literally can't see anything. Hilariously. Oh, YouTube. So I'm just going to watch that bit back, see if I can actually... Why is YouTube telling me? Play. Whatever. So that's probably a lower clamp, 32 for the fog. So I shall make a note there. Survival Fog Manager. And it'll be 256 plus 32. 8. No, wait. So it'll be 1/8. 0.125. Fine, I shall make a note in a notepad file then. That works. Main brightness on fog should be 32 for underground. Right, so if I set the minimum draw distance to very low and give it a moment to sort of go, really? Hello, Arthur. Yeah. So you can see if I turn the minimum draw distance down very quickly, you can't see very much. But that should be black, not whatever damn colour that is. Now, interesting. Do I need to set the blend to... I'm just looking at the... hold on, if I... show the inspector for that. So there's the skybox, or one of the skyboxes, and I think we're actually using the other one. But I don't think that it takes... Well, it's not, look. If I set that to bright red, fine, that's pink, and that's not... But that's not a tint, that's a scalar. Oh no, you've used the stupid way of doing things. I don't know what the hell this is doing. I've never even looked at these textures before. Other than I don't really think they need to be 700 fucking megs, 700k each, do they? I'm really having a problem, by the way. Let's see if I can just refresh the page there entirely. Yeah, but PC Guy, the issue is that it's not a multiplier; it's an addition. But yeah, I'm using up quite a few megabytes on that one. They absolutely do not need to be anywhere close. Like if I put that to say 256, does that look any different? No. If I put it to 32, does it look any different? Maybe very slightly, but the difference is instead of being 700k, they're now 700 bytes. Did I mention I hate Unistorm? I can't remember if I did. I probably did mention it.
this guy's such a muppet and I hate him so much.
What I kind of need to do, you see, is blend to these ones. Unfortunately, alpha doesn't do... I don't know. If I set that to bright red, you should be overriding me. That's... Well, okay, now there's the issue. I am changing this in code. Unless I've disabled it, which is possible. I have been messing around with that. So survival fog manager. Okay, that helps. And Unistorm. There we go. Right, that's a little bit more broken. Fine, but I might have a chance of fixing it now. Yeah, Nick, I think when we were talking, you and I were getting a bit confused, the difference between HDR representation and HDR output. So HDR output, you don't need to do any of this stuff. It quote unquote just works, because what you're doing is you're outputting to a device that has a much bigger color gamut. The issue currently comes when you've got systems that can't output that, and what do you do about it? And the white balance technique absolutely works, but that's an adaptive one, and that's not what you would ever use on an actual HDR screen. You shouldn't need to. Okay, so this means currently we're using morning to midday. Morning to midday is black. Clearly it's not. Yeah. I'm more talking about HDR as in HDR, as in not to LDR, as in outputting to a HDR screen. Hold on, these are called tint. Nick, I mean, that's one of the standard Unity things, is the LDR mapping. I've just never quite got it to work. Even if I could just make it to go up and down 10%, it'd be rather cool. Because then when you're underground, the outside would look very bright. You look up, it'd be very bright. When you go outside, it would be just pure white, and then it would fade in. And I need, 5 or 10% is fine. I mean, obviously, it's just code that you can edit. I mean, it's there. You're allowed to. I've just never got round to it. Why is it still bright? Not only is it bright, it's still like cycling around day night and everything. It just doesn't seem to have any limits, as you said. It can go from a million bright to 0 bright. Okay, so what I'm going to do, as I'm only going to modulate the red, and I'm going to make it bright green, so we'll actually be able to see what it does, and it should be just horrible colours, and it's not horrible colours. Then we have other issues. Settings, draw distance, horrible. Okay, yeah, it is bright green, but it's not... See, when it's bright green, it should be black. Why is it working? All apart from the fact that when it's that kind of yellow colour, that indicates to me that skybox brightness is a number other than low. But the colour there is bright green, bright green, bright green. So what on earth? Oh, how am I getting... Yeah, like... Yeah, when it's cyan like that, that means I've got a whole bunch of blue. But not red. Oh, what else? There's something else in this sort of layer. This thing, it's so complicated. You don't just do what you think you do. You don't, like, it, yeah. What is that cyan? Where on earth is that coming from? It's not an actual object. It's part of the skybox. The skybox itself is that material there, which is bright cyan. Absolutely. Well, it's not. It's green. But if I make it black, it only goes as black as blue. See, that is an additive. Have I got any other options? See, what I used to do was just disable this. Just literally going, no skybox for you. Not related, but I should probably say that's supposed to be less than 1. I don't know if I can pass a negative number in there. I probably can't. What I might do is edit the shader. Unfortunately, this is not the kind of shader I understand how to edit. This is the my first shader. So this is I've got a color underscore tint. That also looks really expensive. That's sex texture, constant color, 000, comma blend, combined texture. I genuinely no clue what that's doing. And I'm just beginning to lean back to, maybe I'll just turn it off. And only very occasionally will it ever actually cause an issue. So I'll fade it down. And if skybox brightness is less than 0, then we just clear the render box like that, and then it's just here. Or I need to write an entire suite of sky shaders. Well, right, so I have just saved like a megabyte of video RAM. So no, sorry, 5 megabytes of video RAM. Yeah, no, Schalke, it's because, how can I put this? Unity, whoever wrote that used the fucking child way of writing it. So instead of writing the entire jelly, you just kind of very vaguely put some things in it, puts it together. That's not quite black. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Now, what's that? Is that fog? Oh, god damn it. So, as I said, I want the fog to sort of go off into the distance. And that looks awesome. I don't know if you can see that. I really don't. But that looks really, really good. So what happens is, as you go into the far distance, you've got this glorious sort of gentle, distant depth effect, and it looks great. Yeah, I can just about see it on stream. It really looks great. Okay, the problem is, how far away is the fog? Yep, it's an infinite distance away. The skybox. So if I'm not rendering anything there, you just end up with the brightest. Now, to be fair, you're going to have to be on a pretty shit-ass computer to have this effect. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I can do, apart from attaching a black sphere to the player. No, I've got one. If I just do this to do... what colour's that? Okay. Black. That needs to be a shader that doesn't have fog on it, though. Legacy unlit. Legacy shaders. Oh, come on, I just want the cheapest unlit. There we go. That's not unlit, is it? See, that's unlit, but that's unlit with fog. What I need is an unlit, no fog shader. I think I'm going to have to make one, which does feel a little stupid.
shader, unlit shader.
And we're going to call it pure color, no fog. Well, yeah, sure, reload it, whatever. Make fog work. No! Wow, they're really keen to have the fog go, aren't they?
So this is unlit, pure color, no fog. Ta-da! Now, if you've turned the brightness up, you'll realise quite quickly there isn't much out there,
Apart from that hive mind.
and you may also get some weirdness. But I'd rather the occasional weirdness. At this point, honestly, you don't have much thing to whine about. At this point, it means your game is running so horrifically badly that you can only see 32 meters away underground. I think one of my new visibility systems is not playing nicely. And
why not?
I don't know why I can still see that. Oh, right, okay. Until I've actually seen it and looked away, it assumes I can see it. That's a bug. But anyway. My camera's gone a bit squiffy. Oh, it's upside down. That'd be right. Yeah, so that's actually all I can see there. I do need to work out why it's... doing that, but again, generally speaking, you want your door distance up there like that. Generally speaking, the blue thingy just shows that hive mind's thinking.
That's all it is. It's literally, that's all it is.
Okay, so the underground blackness will flip on at some point. I have definitely bought something else there. Oh, I've still got the crazy colour lighting, haven't I? Yeah. But what I'll probably do is allow it to be... I'd want to do it alpha blended, but that's actually a more expensive full screen effect. Basically, what I'll be doing is at about minus 50, I'll be just going on. But I will try and shade it. So at this point here, we'll say 50. This would go bloop. Now the thing is, like I said, really you want it to be the colour of the far fog, but you don't really know how far away the fog is. Right, that's a hole. That's an actual hole. Arthur, you're not helping. actually, what I can do on
edit shader, brightness. Equals 1, and and then just float brightness.
Then I need to make sure that the shader compiles.
I think I might have my declaration wrong there. Wait, what did I click on? Oh, yeah, comma float. Sorry. You don't get autocomplete in shaders, and I can never remember the syntax. Line 6. Oh, did I need a comma? No. Did I need a semicolon? Aha, no. Bless you, Mr. Pusscat. What have I done wrong? Or is it just, you can't, brightness, or does there need to be a space there?
HLSL is a bit less...
There we go, so we can go wee, or we can go blah. That means that I should be able to fade that up.
Okay, so... Boy, this has been a bit of a rubbish day.
Right, I'll be back in a couple of moments. Please watch the cats, and if the cats follow me downstairs, I will feed them because I have no willpower. So, while I'm away, why don't you look at my factory? Bye. PC Guide 1000 says Factorio. I don't know why PC Guide 1000 says Factorio. As it's not a sentence. And even if this were Factorio, we're not playing the game of can you name what you can see on the screen. Obviously, this is obviously not Factorio.
Stepping creative, hide renderer during the intro.
Oh wait, actually I probably need to... Can I get from that the game object? No. Okay. I've lost the damn thing I need. Where is it? Right. Of course. It's the survival weather manager. Oh, in fact, it is the survival weather manager. But I don't like it there, so I'm not going to put it there. Also, okay, that I've just got to try. I've just reduced the midday sun just a little bit. Just a smidge. Now, where the hell's all this code I've been writing? There we go. Oh no, this is actually in here, I think. Again, there's all this code. It's spread across different files. It's this horrific system here. Okay, that's fine. And then we'll just do if unistorm with system.c dot force9 cloud box blackness dot enabled equals true. Else if unistorm with system.c dot instance dot life skybox brightness is less than equal to 0, turn it off, else dot material dot set float. I totally forgot what I called it, by the way. It was called underscore brightness. So we fade that down to do we actually do anything with that one? Yes, we fade it up, we fade it down. I think actually I'm just going to need to pop this off. There are going to be situations, and let's say what I actually would need to do is kind of stitch over a distant set of things. I think to be honest, let's just flip it off and on without being clever. The brightness here will fade up. I'm not sure I want to. Thinking about it, I'm not sure I want to fade. I think I just want to flip it off and on. And just default this to a sort of 0.2 sort of range, I guess. Excuse me. Right. Let's see how much is broken. Well, starting, I've got an NRE. Spring Lady, if you quit during this tutorial, I'll have very little sympathy. Oh, underground, lowercase g. Like, that is the tiniest number of people you're talking about restoring the state. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't, but I'm not that surprised. But like, you can still in the old tutorial, I thought it was a new bug, or whatever. this wasn't what I wanted to do today. Today's plan was underground plants. Shut up, cat. At some point, I could do with a decent cloud box as well. Like, it's kind of nice that we've got clouds. Is that this one? No. Is that this one? No. Wait, what is that? Oh, don't tell me that's part of the skybox as well. No, that's the wonderfully named "Fucked Off with Unistorm." Yeah, that's that one. Actually, I think that might actually tile better that way. No, it does not. I would like to replace this, and basically, if I get a day where I'm a bit bored, I'm going to write a cloud shader, a proper, actual, honest to God cloud shader. Oh dear. Not that way then, this way. Yeah. It's not supposed to look anything like that. Hey, puss. So that said, hold on, if I, just out of curiosity, could I, if I wanted, apparently not, I'd like to set that sky colour, you see, to the opposite of the landscape. Because then it would actually look alright. But yeah, it's a horrible, horrible, horrible thing that we've got there. It doesn't even tile. I wonder if that's just down to the sphere I'm using. Yeah. A geodesic sphere, you see, not a... why is Unity not giving me any previews? Yeah, see, that's the problem with spheres, is they have this... if they're not the right type of sphere, they pinch at the points. And that's actually quite a difficult thing to fix. But it's okay, we fixed it before. I just can't find the one where we fixed it for. I think it might be that one. Only this one apparently was mapped by a complete idiot. Or not mapped at all. Not mapped. Great. Okay, well, it is mapped. It's just horrible. Oh, or it's just hilariously big. There we go. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, no, it's still mapped wrongly, so you can see. If I scroll it this way, you can see it's all sort of collapsing in. Which is a shame, because it'd be quite nice if the clouds were moving. Anyway. That, or at least I know what that is now. That's the clouds, and I would like to replace those with a proper cloud system. Maybe I'll get time this month. Who knows? Who knows? I've actually just knocked it down another 5%, I think. Shrank. Oh, Ajax is staring out the window, by which is why you're just seeing his shoulder like that. Oh. Oh dear. That's the wrong colour, isn't it? Ah, it's probably that one. I've got some broken segments. It's my own fault, though. See, that looks alright. So again, if I move up here... Maybe the solution is actually to keep the mist on and then just run that just for a bit further. But that looks alright. See, it's slowly fading out as the fog cancels. And then hopefully the ambience fade will now start to kick in. And the skybox should probably pop. No. Okay. Oh yeah, settings, draw distance. No. Hold on. What? What? Where is it? Oh. That doesn't help. Hello, puss. Nope. I've lost it. Oh, shitting hell, I hit play. Oh yeah, it was like thousands of meters away for no reason at all. Okay, so I'm just going to make this like obviously lightningly bright. Okay, so if it works, we should hopefully see bright white. Nope. Okay, so where is that? Why can't I see you? Because you don't have a mesh. That would be why. Hello, look at me. I'm a programmer. I can program. I'm so good at programming. I still can't see it. Oh, it's turned off, that's why. Okay. Take 6 or 20.
Oh, I need to flip the winding order. Or scale negative. Or just turn culling off in the shader. Let's turn culling off in the shader.
Just... Oh, it's here, isn't it? Cull... None, I think.
I know, shit, I think I'm going to London tomorrow and I've just totally forgotten. Tuesday. Okay, cool. I've got to practice my talk. I'm doing a talk in London. If you're in London, want to come and see me? I'm doing a talk.
Cull off.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Right, that helps if I can actually render the blasted thing. So, 0, black. That's better. And so we're just going to turn this up so I can see what I'm doing. Oops, not quite that much. So 0.2. So we've just got the horrible. So that's okay. That looks horrible, but that's acceptably horrible with it there, because that's what we're expecting. We'll turn the draw distance up. And that obviously needs to be much bigger. I'm doing a talk on audio in computer games. Now, you see, when it's there, it wants to be something like that. Okay? So you can't tell. But the problem is, if I turn the draw distance down, max draw distance to 32, actually that's not as bad as I had envisaged. I don't ever recommend playing at this draw distance, by the way. So at some point, we'll probably all the clouds will disappear. But say if you're playing at this draw distance, I mean, it's horrible anyway, especially if you start making big holes like this. Yeah, plop. Actually, I think I might take back what I said. I think that's actually an acceptable trade-off there. No, Schalke, because the problem is... imagine you've got like a big tunnel and a little tunnel. Which one of them will look wrong. I'm more concerned about the fact that the instance rendering is rendering all the time. Like, I kind of expected it to, but shit. It would have been much easier, by the way, if I had not gone underground. There's no underground in the game. I am just going to feed the cats then. Food time. And I shall be back in a few minutes. Ajax says... Right, I'm going to let the world generate as well while I'm there. So I'm just going to pop it into orbit. Just because it's good to have a world that's generated. Orbit radius 128. Right, back in a few minutes.
okay. All in your own time, mister. Come on. I don't know if you could hear me shouting at the cats then. They were just like, nah. One of them's like, brilliant! And the other one's just sort of, not really interested. Food. So old hat. Oh, wow. What? I know what this is. Getting major. Actually, no, I don't know what the issue is. Oh, I had the filter on. Bloop. That doesn't help. For some weird reason, if I've got a filter set, like I'm searching for a string, it runs at about 3 frames a second. Obviously something's going on. I've no idea what though. I guess we'll look at the profile and see if I can work anything out. Late behaviour update. You have, yeah. See, when late behaviour, I said, oh, memory. Should have been okay. I wish I could tell it not. Yeah. So all of those spikes are great big memory ones. Other than that, we should have been running at about 30. Unity update, iLoop, plant link. Should have been virtually free. Now I notice the instance manager is costing me 2 to 3. Well, I noticed the instance manager is costing me 2 to 3 milliseconds, but the UI is costing me a whole bunch more. Now that's probably actually the render you see. There's not much I can do about that. Okay, let's have another quick run around, and if we're happy, I can move on to the next task. That will be nice, wouldn't it? Ow. Yeah, I mustn't forget to go to London on Tuesday.
frame rate's back to glorious. So this is running at maximum detail at minimum draw distance. I wonder if Todd has actually done those textures. I didn't actually get latest. Show log. Not running a profiler also helps a lot. Okay, let's make sure it's daytime. That is looking good though, isn't it? Like that looks fine. Fine. If you have some good screenshots, by the way, and let me know, and I will happily put them into the game as loading screens. Now, the problem is here, it's a bit bright because the shadows aren't counting. So if I'm running at a decent clip, like with the shadows on, then it's like that. And then the moment we hit there, blippity blop, all cuts in. It's very hard to do that. Now, you don't generally do this. You either tend to have a big lift shaft, and that's fine, or you tend to have a like a narrow tunnel. It's only because I've made some sort of crazy explosives thing, so I can test this to the worst case. And there we go. Don't actually know how to get down though. Yeah, that's pretty good. That doesn't have any obviously doesn't have any obvious issues, and you can see there that something's a bit brighter. So we could go, you know, desperate worst case scenario. We're out of power. We can go investigate. And that's oops, wrong button. Didn't mean to do that. Go away. Nice, liking it. Okay, now if I can just work my way back out, which I probably can't. Welcome back, Mr. Cat. So the problem here is you can see I'm 100 meters underground. I can see plants on the surface. It's a really. I mean, if I was in a game with like a fixed rules on what could spawn where, it becomes much easier. But again, you look at Astroneers, it's hilarious. Like a storm kicks in, it thinks you're outside. You can't walk around, even though you're definitely underground. You know, it's all. It's the sort of thing that lots of games have an issue with when they become procedural. Okay, let me just make it daytime outside.
Uh-oh. Not quite then. Oh, well, maybe. Oh, no, that was perfect. That's what you want. That's what I want. It wants to just be smooth. Just like that. That was perfect. As long as it's smooth, it doesn't matter whether or not it's wrong or right, particularly. All that really matters is, can you really notice it happening? Like there, I mean, I can notice it happening, but that's okay, because I noticed it happening and it was wrong. It wasn't wrong. But you can see that the fog is slowly morphing. I don't think you can see that on stream. It just went from slightly orangey colour down to the base colour. I can just about make out a path there and look down. And I can tell where the world stops rendering and the fog box kicks in. But most people probably won't be able to. Again, generally speaking, you'd be throwing glow sticks or using torches. But hopefully now the background. Yeah, it's a bit of a pop, unfortunately. Was that the... Thanks, Unity. I think that was the sun moon. It was. Okay. Mostly there. Let's make a note because I had to fix something else immediately. Sun turns on. What? Andy? No, you don't get to do that. Oh, no. That was lucky. Sun turns on at wrong brightness. The sun should always turn on at brightness 0 and then fade up. Okay, so I'm guessing that Andy has fixed the final plant. It looks like he has. Look at that. Look at that bad boy. And for some reason, though, he's gone mental and assigned it to all these ones as well. Don't know why you do that, Andy. Unless you have a... Don't think you do. Oh, really, Andy? That's not what I would have done. See, with that... Yeah, that's not really working. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe if I put the camera in the right place. And there. Okay, so I need to fix the instancer up. I think that's what Andy did, bless him. And I was an idiot and didn't get notice before I started. Yeah. You're all very quiet today. Are you not impressed with the moving plants? Does that excite you? Growing. Oh shit, what's AP? Well, that's AP Reef. Don't actually know which one that is. Oh, this is the try thing. Try seed. This is. Okay, and this one. See, that's cool as well, isn't that? Bonjour, je peux des pieds. Was that like, I want your feet? So, it may have escaped your attention, right? But I'm not French. I don't speak French particularly. Joining an English channel and just speaking in French is incredibly fucking rude. So sometimes I have to hang around in Russian channels. And when I do that, I translate everything to and from it. Hello, I stink my feet. Hello, I stink. Hey, I stink my feet. That's not really much of an insult as it goes. But the thing is, Xiaoka, any channel, whatever the channel is, right? If you join it, you speak the language of that channel. Don't post on my forums in Russian. Post on my forums in English. If I go to a Russian game, you're damn right I'm not going to post it on there in English because that would be incredibly rude. And it's surprising how many people just completely lack this very basic courtesy. And obviously I think this fuck nugget here is trying to be funny. Failing. Oops. But yes, when I've been in Russian channels, I use the translate function to go back and forwards all the time. Hell, if you go into a French game speaking English, they'll just kick you every time. True, I am talking about the French. Okay, so hopefully all of the plants have changed. And then I'm going to have to really blow away my word and recreate it because it's totally
broken right now. I also haven't checked the undergrump. I'm going to make tundra spawn. That's pretty cool, though. Yeah, but Shalka, it doesn't matter. If I join a French streamer, I wouldn't dream of speaking English. Absolutely not. And if I join a German channel, I wouldn't dream of speaking English. It's just so rude. I just can't put into words how rude that is. If nothing else, you're quite likely to get kicked. You really are. But just would never, ever do that. I don't know which one this is. That one is part of that FBX file, obj, FBX, obj. It's going to be this one, I think. And this one's growing up version was not working either. Nope. Ah. Unity. Oh good, my phone's charged. Oh good, my phone's charged. I think tree 3 complete none. No. Tree 3 trunk none. No. End. No. Ah. Okay, I don't have a black version of the Goopy Dangler. Okay. Yes, that's the only one that's kind of broken, I think. We'll try those again. I've had occasional reports of ore extractors doing funny things, but I've never actually been able to get a proper report. I think it's something to do with it working when there's no players near. I think, but I'm not really sure. Yes, that one actually, that's a weird thing. It's not hiding the culture, Shaka, it's just not being rude. Also, if I was German and I join an Italian channel and speak German, I don't actually expect anyone to answer. That looks really cool.
Yeah, very happy with those. Nice. So a couple of things. Let me have a quick look at the thingy, and I'm also going to plant entity. Do I have to turn twice or something? There we go. Let me turn off the cheat that makes the plants grow quickly. Mad. I haven't got time. I'm running out of time for this month. I don't think I'm going to get to that. We've already got toxic. We've already got cold cavern plants. Toxic cavern, I suspect I would revisit at the point when I do the frozen factory. It's this one. I'm all right, thank you, Stetchy. I'm just polishing everything up just a bit, everywhere. Was it? I don't know. I can't. I don't really see a way that could happen, I'm afraid. Oh, okay. There's only about 3 million fucking places that can be enabled then. Mute them. If they're making a noise, they're important, Stetchy. Something I don't seem to sort of got through people. There's no circumstance ever in which you should have a coal extractor that hasn't extracted coal for 2 hours. Either dig it up or suppress warnings on it. The ones that make a noise, it's only a very small. It goes, bloop, but which one is shouting at you that's making a noise? Because the ones that go, beep, boop, beep, boop, those are critical ones. Those are absolutely get the hell out there and do it. I'm not actually sure, by the way, why that one is popping. Because we fade it down to black. Where do we fade it black? We fade it down to black, and then we disable it. Let me just make sure my assumptions are correct here. The problem is, I'm never, ever going to make it easy to just disable them. Because people will disable them, and they think they know what they're doing, and they don't. And that happens way more often than people do know what they're doing. People make terrible, terrible misconceptions about how the game works. Like, a lot. Right. I just wanted to check these don't look quite awful when they're growing at the right speed. Don't think they will. Andy will have to fix the swaying though. Yeah, so when they aren't... let's get the sun in the right place. Yeah, so when they're not growing at the super duper rate, so you can't really notice them grow. And they look fine. It's nice. But yeah, I've asked Andy to change that one. That's a bug, obviously. Possibly the same on that one as well, actually. Create empty instance preview. Okay, so we want all of these. Now, I think it was these three. I think this one's okay. Yeah. You built a lithium ore extractor and it immediately beeps you, but it doesn't beep at you continuously. It doesn't harass you to do titanium. It just tells you that's the next thing. So, if then you can disable warnings per extractor. That's fine. Just go up to the extractor and disable the warning on it. Done. Yeah. Okay, so we actually can here. We'll actually use coxcomb growing mats, and this is instance bump map diffuse. I think it's that one. Yes, I think so. Okay, and this one. Yeah, that's fine, and that will use Goofy Dangler growing mat. As a rule, though, Stetchy, for most players, for the vast majority of the game, if your iron extractor isn't collecting iron, that's a mistake. It's quite unusual, relatively speaking, for people not to want to collect things. Hence why I'm not like going out of my way for people to forget that. Oh, you have to run to your extractors. I'm sorry. Wait. The spider-bot base beeps the whole time. I don't think spider-bot... Oh, it is a critical mission, but it beeps at you after 5 minutes? I think it's 5 minutes. And then it beeps you for 1 minute, and then it shuts up for 5 more minutes. But that's not an optional mission. That is a critical mission. So that's why, in that particular case, why it's doing that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make these wave. It just looks bonkers. Again, until you have moved to the cold cavern, there is never a circumstance where you should not have a spider-bot base, unless you're trying to make life difficult for yourself. In which case, build a spider-bot base and don't charge it. Or something. These are very, very, very rare and unusual problems you're describing. And you could have solved this by doing it in the right order. I'm not here to wipe your ass. I'm here to write the game. If you do something stupid, I'm not here to solve it for you. That's your problem. Would be nice if it was completely intelligent and knew the difference, but it's a bit hard. But the wizard, that would have been the correct solution, yes. So growing is the second one. Right, hopefully that's fixed all of those. But yeah, with the extractor one, turn it off. I don't really see what I could do more than that. You can turn them all off, just type /missions. But I don't recommend doing that even if you think you know what you're doing, because you don't. Because this is what happened. When the missions first came, people are like, oh, but it keeps... I don't need it. I know what I'm doing. And they don't going, why does it say my copper's offline for 240 minutes? I'm like, because you haven't got any copper in 4 hours. Yes, I have. No, you haven't. That's pretty good. I like that. The only one that moves is this one. Now, I might actually change that so the growing ones don't move. Possibly. Because then you can tell the difference between the growing ones and the non-growing ones. But that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Right, now I'm going to verify this sun issue. It looks like it turns off and goes black, and when it turns on, it's not black, but it's supposed to lerp under all circumstances. I can never set the colour, I can merely lerp towards the colour. Oh, I've got a bug. So it's on, it has an intensity of 1. Whoa, that's pretty red. There we go. And then here. Fading to black, fading to black, fading, 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 fading. Still on. Interesting. And now it's off. It says copper extractor offline if 1 or 2 are offline because your smelting is too slow. It will say copper extractor offline if your copper extractor has not extracted or offloaded a single ore in 5 minutes. If you're collecting copper, that is a problem. If you're no longer collecting copper, disable the warning. Ta-da! It's already fixed. That's pretty slow, though. One ore per 5 minutes is pretty darn slow. It's going to be one of these. But the colour can never be set. I can only set the colour... Ah, bingo. There we go. That's the one. I'm glad to fix that now because that only happens at certain times of the day. So the target sun colour equals that, and that's it. Then we then lurk towards it. Right, fingers crossed. I don't know what you mean by low storage warnings, sorry. Fade down. Oh no, it is fade. No, it did fade. I'm sorry. That's the sky clicking on. But the lighting doesn't. So normally you wouldn't see the sky from 50 metres beneath. So ignore the sky. We'll look backwards this way. It's a bit fast, but it does work. Yeah, this one's a bit of a bad because I can actually see more at this one. You see, that's why it's a bit rubbish. Stetchy, I should remind you as well that the vast majority of the issues with FortressCraft right now are related to people playing their first few hours of the game, not endgame players who do have the tools to turn off the warnings, as you said. My problem is that beginning players are not playing for anywhere near long enough. I think I know that issue. I think I still got the brightness, the green in. Remember I hard-coded that green in? And it should be black. Yeah. Pretty sure it will now fade out from black. Okay. Yeah, Tad, I know. Remember, we have currently got 130 people who have ever charged, who have ever killed a piece of cryoplasm. We only have 2,000 people who've even killed no ET. The important thing is that I do not just listen to the endgame players. The important thing is that I get more endgame players. And my focus this month and last month and the month before has been to really, really polish and improve the game with a huge focus on new players and getting those new players in. Because new players are what's going to keep the game going. Unless you guys will start to donate, like, you know, $1,000 a month each. Then we're fine. Then fuck new players. At this point, yeah, not so much. Oh, where's my base? Where's my default base over here, I think. So hard. If I dig out from underneath this plant, it will disappear within the next minute. Nah. Nope. I have no desire to do that. The game balance is there. The sound effects there. If you don't like it, just type in /missions. Done. Your missions go. If you don't like the specific one about the ore report, you can change it. Again, I don't want to give people the opportunity to turn it off and then go, oh, but I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, it's all shit. I have to grind loads. No. Because that's what happens. Oh, I didn't check the green. But if you have a warning, deal with the warning. That's the other thing. People going, oh, it's warning me. Can you make it stop? Like, well, fix the problem. Oh, I don't want to. Well, you should. Well, I don't think I should. Well, the game does. And it can't cover all situations. I've had to make the Spiderbot one a critical one because people are ignoring it, going, oh, I don't know what a Spiderbot is or why I need it. I was like, well, you do. I mean, if you want to complete Charge the OET, my God, you need a Spiderbot. That's the point. That's why I've had to hammer that particular one home so much. Kinma, have you been listening to everything I've been saying? How about this? Kinma neck. Right. What's the current focus of my development? What do I feel is the most important thing? What is going to net me more money in the future? What is the problem with the game? Kind of went over this about 2 minutes ago, and I don't think you were listening. That's not brilliant, but I guess it would do. Like, technically, yeah, sure, no problems, but I can't do everything. And at this point, I have got another just under 2 weeks, and then I have to ship this patch with the new Perlin, and that's the last time I get to fiddle with the Perlin until I want to do another major change to world generation. I want new players, yes, but new players aren't building trenches. I can tell you how many people have built trenches. I don't. No, it's W. It's that one. Oh, I've never actually run it. I can't tell you how many people live in trenches. It's less than 2,000 people. Less than 2% of our player base. That's not important. That looks cool. Oh, wow, look at that. That's fantastic. Well, just type mission. You don't need to delete anything. Why do you want to delete the ambience? Well, I don't see what thing you've got that's easy in typing /mission. No, someone. Absolutely not. No. That's like saying, what are they called? The accumulator stuff in Factorio. That's like saying that's the most important thing. Plus, you should probably point out, conveyor is deterministic. You just don't work out how it works. You can always switch your conveyor's order around. Stetchy, I have zero sympathy under any circumstances for anyone who wants to put their own music over a computer game. Ever. I never had when I was in the AAA industry, and I don't have it now. Absolutely none. Music is part of the experience. It's part of the game. Plus, you can press Control N. You always have been able to. German, what? I started a new game today. Oh, right, I see. German, Herman. Yeah, this stuff comes out in another couple of weeks. It's up to you whether you play with it or not. I have no way of bolting it back in, I'm afraid. I wish I did. But it's not that simple. Right, I'm going to have to delete my word because I really broke it earlier. I had a blue screen and that has just completely knackered my world. It's trying to fix it, but it's taking a while. So we delete the world. Oh, did I actually delete the world? I actually delete the world. Build to Be's been fixed for months. Yeah, but Stetch, you can still turn off the ambience. There's no music in the game, but the ambience, if you class it as such, just press Control M to disable it. Same as it's always been. Ouch, that took a while. It might change on reload, but my point is it's not particularly important. It's not like Idle Factory. It's not that important. Generate more. Appealing to the super duper logistics nerds, again, that's not a sensible approach. Primarily, make more, hook shit up, do cool stuff. Don't worry about obsessing whether or not you're losing 4% efficiency by accidentally making the occasional research port you don't need. But you shouldn't need to. This is an infinite world with a near infinite world with a near infinite amount of resources. You don't need to be efficient. You need to be fast, not efficient. Okay, so that took a bit long, but that was okay. This is just a fresh world, and it's looking pretty good. It'll look better when Todd's done those. You get about 5 or 6 wood for each one now, by the way, rather than you can just go. No, Lord Iron, the goal is to be fast. Efficiency is irrelevant. Something I failed with people going around the basic bit of going, oh, but I'm wasting resources. Like, you have unlimited resources. Oh, yeah, but I'm wasting them. Like, oh. However, deterministic conveyors, as you described them, is... I won't say it's impossible, but it's certainly impossible to retcon into, I'm afraid. Like, 0 chance of that happening in this game, ever, I would say. Like, that would involve a complete rewrite of the way the low-frequency system works. But I don't feel it's particularly important. Certainly not for the vast majority of players. Possibly for some players. Oh, okay. Oh, that looks good though, doesn't it? I'm just, yeah, I keep getting like, oh, that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. Doesn't really matter, Tad. Yeah, if there's easy, if there's easy wood, take the easy wood. Yeah, and if there isn't, don't worry about it. Well, a lot of these things people complain about, though, a lot of these are solved by mods. There are some balance things that I don't want to change. Like, I just absolutely have no desire to change certain balance things in the game. It's like tricky storage hoppers. If people want to unbalance it, that's fine. And usually there's people, the ones who've already played through, and they just want to play it through again quicker. That is also fine. But that doesn't mean that's a good idea for your first player. Okay, I need me a cave system. Fuck you. That looks pretty good. Oh, in fact, that's right by my... Oh, in fact, there I have already found a cave system. It's in here. There it is. I'm talking to YouTube chat as well, so it's youtube.com/projectorgames, I think it is. Oh, look at that. That's a lot of disco. What I need to do is find a big cave system, a natural one, and then log out there, and then revisit it. There we go. This is perfect. I'm assuming this is a cave anyway. Just going to make a note of those in case I need them. 27 minus 77, 66. All right, minus 66. I'm also going to be back in just a moment. Kinlo, I don't know. What does it say? Back in a moment. I think it's... I don't know. I think that's the join a multiplayer server more than 50 people on it. I can't even remember which one that is, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. That's a cave. Huh. Can I not collapse? Where's the document map, document explorer, document outline? People always seem to use this one, and I've not. Well, that's all right then. Great. Oh, Tad. Okay, was that? Oh, that's okay. That's an old bug. I'm sorry. I was going to actually investigate that. Sorry, it's a bit annoying. I can't work out how to collapse. I don't know why I can't collapse that. I want to these thing. above air equals that above is air. I don't actually understand why these aren't spawning. Minsk, that might make sense if we knew what your last name was. Right, let's try this again. It's possible I've messed something up. Entirely possible. Also, my computer's getting very hot because all the fans are down. Let me know if you can hear that, by the way. In the background. I can hear it. Which one's the... Oh. That's the annoying fans, the side fans. Wow, it's really blasting hot air out. I've got a huge case, but it wasn't really removing the air. So hopefully then, if I delete my segments, I will just spawn back here. This is an ideal place to be. Now we are generating them, okay. There's really no point having them there because I can't see them. Okay. Configure value. That should... I'm a bit confused why I'm not seeing any. Has to be said. Wow, that's a very vibrant thing, quite high up. Huh. Oh no, I've got. I mean, my case is. It's got an enormous vent at the top. But essentially, after a while, the thing fills with hot air. You need to give it just a bit of a shove. Yeah, because it's these two fans. They're the noisy ones. With those down, it's basically silent. I also put a speed controller on the FortressCraft server as well, because that was running I'm at 20 degrees or something, and noisily. Can't see any. Right, so think actually now, do we actually use vector to player? Yeah, we don't. Hello, Razor 460 Peter. Distance to player equals segment dot distance dot m segment dot distance to player. Oh, okay. I remember what the issue was now. So we check the ceiling if we are Stalmax. So we were probably spawning inside rocks, I think. MNX. It should always be MNX, MSY plus offset, MNZ. I wonder if that... Okay. Let's run it. Because what's happened was working with braking. Also just remembered I haven't eaten properly today and it's getting a bit late and I should probably think... I've got curry. I was given a big curry yesterday. So I have curry to eat. Randomly. Okay, so I delete the segments. It should still spawn me in the same place, in the same cave, but it will regenerate the cave. I hope. Actually, Springload Aussie, you know we already have sun shafts, right? Just realised you asked me something that we literally already have in. So I'm afraid, boys and girls, that we are getting to the point now where I have enough people watching me on YouTube. So we're starting to get we're starting to get up the ranks on the front page. So we will get some of the idiots that sometimes turn up on the channel, turning up. Damn it, where are the rocks? They're there, I'm sure of it. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that Dev Studio actually works. I think, okay. Settings, conditions, conditional expression. Okay. Attach debugger. Okay, so we're not going to get a hover. So we are something that checks the ceiling. Cool. Have we successfully linked something? Cool. Yeah. Where's my locals? Is that called autos now? I want what the instance ID is. We've configured our value. We do not have an instance ID. Aha. Why not? Conditions. Conditions. Check ceiling. Okay. Hey! Does your segment have a game object? Yes. Is it the local frustrum? It is. Well, how far away is it? Wait, what? How far away are we? 121. What's our maximum distance? I can't tell yet. Sometimes I like to play the role of the debugger, you say. How far away from Blair? Oh, what's our maximum distance? 96. Okay, fair enough. In this particular case... wow, I hit F5 and it refreshed the window over here. Okay, so check ceiling is true. LB needs plant is false. Instance ID is -1. Distance to player. What's the maximum distance we can spawn stuff in at? Right. First to note, there are some, but they're all a bit far away from me. So wherever I am, that ain't... But oh god, wow, look at this cave system I've got, though. Like, that's a deep... So I guess if I actually just attach the camera to that, and we'll go for a wander, might actually find it. Oh, hold on. What I could have done is found out how deep it was. Oh, it's fine. But yeah, look how deep that cave is. That's cray-cray. Aha, hello. Update, got it, okay. Update graphics. Line 401, Why are there no line numbers on the right hand side? Sorry, I'm going to have to disagree with you there. Grass entity line 401 does not have a to string on it. In fact, there are no instances of to string anywhere in this function. Wow, Illical, that's awesome. Unlikely, but awesome. But I'm guessing somewhere... Actually, they would... No, okay, still nothing. We do have some in the world somewhere. But honestly, I'm just feeling at this point I need to crank up their rate, their chance. I had 3, I think it was, so not enough. Okay, cave generator. If below air is... Is it Control M, was it? Oh dear, no. I don't want to collapse the whole function. Just... So if below air is false. So if we're air, right, that's the thing. If we are air, then we check if below air, and then we check if above air. No, then we check if above is... Oh, wait, that's the wrong way. Hold on, what? Oh no, that should be... Oh wow, I've screwed this up entirely. Is air is that one. Above air is that. Which you're not going to rename? You fuck you. Can I not rename this? Rename. Below is air. Well, I spelled it wrong on purpose. I can now rename this one. Below is air. And that is actually above is air. So if... No, wait, hold on. No. I've got confused. Not the code. The code's fine. Right. That's correct. If air. What we should be saying, yeah. But if below is air is false. So we're air and beneath us is something that's not air. Thumbs up. Above is air. That is wrong. That should be up in the air. I think. I'm not actually sure why we were seeing all those plants earlier. Don't know if you remember earlier there were shit tons of plants. So just to check. Yeah, if we're air and below us is not air. Okay, if air and y is... y is greater than 0, that goes here, not down there. And if y is plus 1, plus 1, plus 1, that's fine. So we're looking up and to the bottom. Right, that should be okay. Right, that might have that might help a little bit. Trank, it's New World. I'll try to work out what I'm going to do, whether I'm going to work late tonight or do something else for the evening. I might, if I can get the stalactites working, even if it's not perfect, just more or less working, I might just stop, make a build and go eat dinner and then play Dungeon Defenders or something. Well, good news is they're now spawning in a sensible place. And now I need to find some... Like, honestly, I would be expecting almost everything. Oh, wait a moment. No, we must already do this. We must. This is the second Passover. Just one will do. Just one. Just a single one is fine. And I'm in the right one. Cave generator, yeah. It's like the world's smallest cave. Okay, so I'm going to do a silly thing, and I'm going to remove that. So this should spawn them on every single block. Assuming that we're air, and above us is not air, we should then spawn... That doesn't do anything. We should then spawn... Yeah. Sorry, did I say hi, Razor 460 pizza? I can't remember. Okay, and let's go back in. Razor, I've implemented some code for stalactites. I just can't make it work. And I don't know why. Like, they'll generate, but they can't delete. So if I can just do that. But they should be spawning just everywhere. There should be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, not just a couple. Conditions, what was it called? Ceiling. Yeah. Right, so we've got one here, for example, that is apparently 100. Now that might be the issue, but let me get mnx this.mnx minus world script dot capital S default offset. Let's get where it is, and let's just go there. 1316 minus 156 apparently. 13, 16, what? That can't be right. 16 in the air. Alright. I think I might see what the problem is, by the way. It's apparently, just here, literally inside me, is a rock. I'm beginning to suspect I might know what the bug is now. I don't believe you. Sorry. I like, this is minus 16, 10. If I didn't know better, I'd say that these were the trees. You know. I'm just going to check. There's no possible way that I have... That is a good point, Nick. Thank you. Slash teleport 1316 156. Ugh. Slash teleport 1316 minus 156. Hey, there we go. I don't know why they're there, but they're working. Yeah, I guess that's actually valid. Is this going to be outside? Yeah. I mean, they're the wrong size and stuff, but why are they there? Apparently,
Hey, they're pretty cool.
I was planning on using these particular rock graphics for the for another version of the essentially the trees, but a different shape, not quite so big. I don't understand how. Oh, wait a minute. Where actually are they? They might be no, they can't be that far away. They should spawn basically in the same rules as plants, just upside down.
But they look pretty cool.
But yeah, I want those as a kind of another type of plant. So exactly the same graphics, but for trees instead of rocks. These ones will be replaced with a more appropriate graphic. I just don't understand how it spawned there. At all. It is the right thing, isn't it? There's cave, because there's also a survival underground cave generator, but that's the caverns. It's not the same thing. Oop, punched the microphone. The cave generator. Cave generators, and I mean, this is where I'm adding crystals and plants. All I've done is I've said, is the above us, are we air? Yes. Is above us air? No. We are therefore a... let me... Let me make it 100%. Every single square in a cave that hits the parameter should now have a rock. All of them. And I'll also make them a little bit smaller. And... L rot equals... is it base rot or something? Configure behavior, X rot, that's it. Huh? Are you serious, Nick? Have you not seen this? The way this works? This will chew through this and spit it out and go, I don't give a fuck. It really will. Did I actually not hook this value up, or am I just being stupid? I can push about 100 to 150 million verts on this computer at 60. I'm more curious why the base scale there didn't seem to... But we'll see. And do we actually not use it again? Yeah, size. Why is it not? Okay, maybe I've just made my incorrect. Maybe the base scale should be more like 0.1. Because obviously the actual rocks themselves are a completely arbitrary size. Anyway, Nick, let's give our GPU a bit of a workout. That's the good thing about this. It's so cheap. The whole shit is up on the GPU. I can actually make it quicker by using compute lists, but I don't know how. And I've been thinking about that. But right now, so I remember that guy that was complaining yesterday. FortressCraft is exceptionally good at using your GPU and your CPU. Hence the very high numbers on both. My issue is actually finding the damn things. There you go. But why there? Oh, there we go. I think it's deleting a load of them afterwards, looking at it. Oh, bugger. That's pretty cool, though, isn't it? Well, they are working. I'm just trying to work out if I'm hooked up onto the, like, I would expect almost every single square here to be to have a rock on it, and I don't know why they aren't. Because I'm not in these aren't survival underground caves, because that's the cold cavern and things. This is just an everyday cave spawn down here, and I don't know what I've done. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. I know it's been a while, but I'm looking at the cave generator. Survival underground, which is of type. It is a survival underground generator. I just don't understand what I've done that's stupid. But it's not the other one, because the other one is the cold caves and things. You didn't do the... What? What? Can I have my list back? Find references. It looked to me, by the way, like it generated loads and loads and threw nearly all of them away. So I'm going to go on that assumption. Actually, let me not throw them away. Just comment the entire out. Right, so now it can't delete itself. So my guess is it was spawning and then on its first tick going, oh, I'm not in a good place, and then deleting itself. But I'm definitely not going to go any later than 8 because I'm hungry. I'm hungry now, but I want to get this just done. What did I... Did I get... What? Huh? Void cannot be used in this context. What? But... that one matches up with... Oh, what? Nah, I'm an idiot. That's all. Never mind. That goes there. I like it. You can turn on like the little lines that match them up. I actually had a guy complain that we were using up all his GPU and most of his CPU, and I'm like, you're welcome. His actual complaint was, my fans are running hot while I'm turning VSync on there. Come on, Unity. There we go. Yeah. So why... If I didn't know better, I'd say that this is a different cave. Like, that they're only appearing in surface caves, not underground caves. But in that case, we wouldn't ever get any crystals. Do we actually do this anywhere else? Just to check that we don't actually ever do crystals anywhere else. No. Yes. Yes, we do. Yes. Ah. Survival underground cave generator. Oh, no. Do not overwrite crystals. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we don't actually spawn crystals anywhere else, just there. So what I might do is actually just make the crystal chunks 100% and make sure I'm getting crystals everywhere. Whereas I'm getting a few, but they're always on the surface. Cave generator is the base class, yes, but we don't override it or anything like that. We just call cave generator from survival underground. Cave generator has a cave generator. Underground generator has a cave generator. Survival underground lake generator has a cave generator. But they don't do anything different. They don't inherit from it and do anything like that. They just call this one. As I said, even if they did, I'm using the same code that generates crystals. And crystals obviously generating in the lower caves in the right place. I just can't work out. Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, no, it's... Maybe there's something else. Anyway, unrelated. Performance is absolutely fine. The rocks are even the right way up now, so that's cool. Yeah, see, that's what I'm expecting to see. Like that. But just not... here. But it's like it's a surface cave there. Oh, wait, no, check it out, though. I wasn't messing about when I'm saying this technique is incredible. Look, it's just solid, unbelievable. Rocks. No, it's just crazy. No, there's still a lot there. I mean, holy shit. Look at it. Now, it would be cool if we could make the game look like this. But I suspect this is high-end PC only, really. But that's completely wicked, isn't it? And what is the poly count? 50 million verts. Yeah, it's very nice. And that proves that it's working. But what doesn't explain is why we don't get any here. It looks awesome. I wish we could keep it like that, but that's just not sensible. So why there? So crystals can only spawn in caves. That's it. And the only place we spawn crystals is here, where we do EQ types.crystal. So we'll just check that we don't actually do that anywhere else. Final references. So, Survival Underground Cave Generator has a bit of code so it cannot spawn things inside crystals. Geological Survey, Storage Hoppers, Entity Manager, none of these things apply. It's only here where we say, is it a crystal? Yes. Set it to be a crystal. Done. I mean, I can change this bit of code, which should, unless I've broken something here, where that's us is air is that, below is air is y minus 1 is that, I'm pretty sure. Let me twat the world. So I'm expecting virtually every square to have a crystal in it. I would love to have FortressCraft look like that, by the way. I really would. But sorry, my server has just popped up saying there was a problem with your OneDrive account. Okay. I like where they animate on as well. Rather than popping, they sort of morph in. So far, no diamonds. In fact, no crystals of any sort so far. So I'm beginning to sort of think maybe I've broken something a little bit more fundamental somehow. However, new worlds, we need to give it a couple of minutes. Looks cool though. Like theoretically we can do this, it's just realistically not. Yeah, Nick, you see, I would completely agree. Apart from the fact I am getting, or was getting, plants. Huh, what did I actually do then? Let's leave it run for a sec, let's have a look. All I've really done is I've refactored that, well, a little bit. Open containing folder. Cave generator. Diff. But I would expect to have virtually crystals on everything. Okay, so what I did was we used to say if we are... Oh, hold on. What the hell? We used to say if... Above us is air. Above is air. Wait, we used to spawn crystals if we were not air and above us was air. Doesn't that always mean that things would be embedded in the ground? All I basically did is copy the same code again, really, and just said, check the other way. But that doesn't make any sense. If y plus 1z is air, so that's if one above us is air, and we are not air, spawn a crystal. I don't understand why that makes no sense. That makes literally zero sense. That should have meant, unless obviously I am mistaken, obviously, that should have meant that we only spawned crystals inside rocks. And obviously we'd remove the rock, but you'd always see like they'd always be embedded down. And sure, alright then. Right. And down here, I've just said above is there, so I've just done the other way. Oh, let me go back and have a look at that a sec. No, Tad, that's not a thing. It's not multiple passes. We're at XYZ. And we said if one above us is air, and currently this cube is not air, so it's rock, probably rock. Unless it's something bizarre like we don't then spawn it one above or anything else like that. We set it to cache XYZ. We don't subtract one from the Y or anything like that. And that confuses me. And then we just generate a type. So what we used to say was basically if plus 1 is air and current plus 0, just for neatness, is not air, then do it. And that requires and that means that here we would have to say -1. But it's not. I thought I renamed these, This should be like below is solid. Oh, below is air. Oh, no, below is air. Yeah, below is air equals that. So below is air is false. And this one is above is air, which is why is it plus? No, Nick, I'm looking at the older code here more than anything else. I'm trying to work out what we were doing. I realized it. So we said if the cube above us is air, above us, and we are not air, spawn a crystal at our location. Which means it can only spawn inside rocks. Or plants or trees or something else. So I'm wondering if this is actually replacing other things, but it just doesn't. I'm just trying to put it back now, but the problem is I can't work out what the hell the lower one should do. Unless it's some sort of everything is one out and I don't know why. But if it was replacing rock, it would every crystal would always been embedded down inside a rock. You get like a flat plane and a hole with a rock in it. From the code, it looks like they would only ever replace it. I mean, essentially, I just want these two values flipped for the other thing. That doesn't explain why it's only happening above. And in fact, I'm quite close to just reverting that entire thing. Actually, let me just grab off that bit of code, just that little bit there, because it's the only bit I've actually written, and I'm going to revert. I'm not running. Okay. And all I'm going to do here is scale up the chance to just insane. Oh, not of those. Scale up the chance of plants and crystals and all of that. So assuming everything works now, we should just see crystals and plants just to an insane and crazy level. And then I'll see if I can work out anything else. It might be entirely possible there has always been a bug and we've just noticed. But we'll find out. We're now going to... This should be just crystal nightmare. Well, crystal and plant, just unbelievable nightmare. All using the old system. Now, that is what I expected. But... that one... So... That one, Nick, that definitely hasn't replaced anything, has it? And that is actually in the lower cave stuff. It fucking is as well, look. It totally is. So that's why my other code wasn't working. I mean, that's fine. I'm not going to change behavior. So that means it can only happen on a slope. It means you can't get a flat plane with crystals on it. That's fine. That's fine. As long as I understand it, I'm not going to change the behavior. I've tuned the numbers around it, so it's kind of all okay. It just doesn't work anything like I expected it to. No, yeah. Well, Nick, if you look at... So you're a bit lagged now. But if you look at the way this thing is... It's only at the transition between heights that they can spawn. Just a note, by the way, these things do not render using the new system. Where's the player? There he is. Ah! So that's actually quite a good system. Like, 10 out of 10. Because, Nick, it can only spawn where there is a rock and one above it. But I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking, but that's what's happening. And you can see there where it's embedded itself into the transition. Let me undo that because that's obviously stupid. Because it can only embed itself into rock. I'm not 100% sure, looking at it, why it doesn't quite often embed itself into things. I really don't. But that just means all I need to do is write this code to be completely independent of that code, and it really annoys me I can't collapse an if statement. Yeah, but Nick, that only happened at a transition. There was no bits that weren't transitions. I'm not sure why. I don't know, Nick. If I understood everything... Well, I don't. Region, plants and... Oopsie, no spaces. I try and understand things just enough to use them. Yeah. You're probably very correct. Okay, so if we are air and above us is not air, then we can potentially do this bit of code what I did here. No, no, PC guy. I put the float chance to basically 0. I put the chance to basically infinite, so we could see every possible place that they are allowed to spawn. I would have expected to see every single floor done, but it wasn't. And we could just continue rather than doing another, rather than wasting more time. So I'm hoping to see. Oh no! PC guy says might be the float chance. Oh, okay. My bed! Sorry, I know what you meant. Right. So I'm hoping to have everywhere solid crystals everywhere. Oh, will you make me some food? Nick, why don't you just come and see me and we'll have pizza. I did make them a bit smaller, didn't I? So, okay, we'll have curry. Wait, you went to your parents' house and they fed you pizza? Come on, world, generate more. A lot of rocks. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. I really wish that I could keep that. I really do. That would be amazing, but I can't. Well, all apart from the fact that it's not working down here. Great. And those ones are even more confusing because they're not even upside down. Wait, that's particularly confusing. How are they not upside down? To maths, I think that's correct, yes. So it works. It just doesn't work down here. Why the hell not? It's only working in what I will call surface areas. The logic, therefore, being that code only executes up there. But we have crystals, and crystals are literally just above it. Literally, that's the only place we can spawn crystals, is right there. So, what? Unless I just need to unlearn what I have learned and simply put them in what I would say the wrong places, and say, if that +1 is air, and then 0. That would make no sense. That would be bonkers. That would be insane. That would say, if above us is air and we're not air, at the very least, that would have to be -1. Oh yeah, someone it would be amazing if it looked like that, but performance is quite an issue. And that's fine. I need to say if y is greater than 1 and greater than 0, sorry. And I'll delete those segments, just so I'm... I don't understand. I don't understand at all. It's working, but only in basically only in caves above 65. Which is fine. That means there's another bit of code that executes. That's fine. In fact, tell you what, let's teleport to negative 350. So we're underground. We're a long way underground now. I was about to say there's definitely a chance of trees. There we go. For instance, we've got a ruby that spawned there. That's all good. We can definitely get crystals. There's a glow pod. All this code is still executing. That's all absolutely fine and dandy. And is there any chance now that we are having breakpoints? Attach Unity debugger. Yes, lots of them. Loads. That's. Virtually every single one of these is spawning a crystal. Okay, now I haven't done anything stupid, have I? Like thrown it away if it's too deep. Have I? I seem to sort of recall that I didn't want grass spawning too deep, and just checking. Fuck's sake! Well, I fixed it because I'm apparently an idiot. Grass can't spawn underground. Stalactites are essentially grass, just with a different graphic. Hooray, I might actually get to have some food. Yeah, well... Your face. Fine, just going to do that. Good. Right, where's my cave? Beep dee 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 dee. My cave was in yellow. Dee 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 dee. Maybe it was red. Skiddly dee. Can't even blow stuff up, because if I blow something up, all I'm going to actually achieve is making more load for the game. That was pretty cool. Hold on. See, that's quite nice. I'm liking that. Not that many, obviously. And they're not the right graphic. They're the wrong shape, the wrong size, wrong offset. They're not designed to be used there. They're also supposed to plop to the full detail much quicker than that. I'm not sure why they aren't. Pretty sure it was down here that I went last time anyway. Now let's hope that the trees get taken out this time. There's my cave, and there's my rocks. There's my hole. So, Nick, do you take it back about the performance? It's insane what I can squeeze out with instance rendering turned on. Absolutely just ridiculous. Right, all I'm going to do now is put the chance back to 1 in 100, and that 1 in sensible. Honestly, it's ridiculous. That is fantastic. Fresh World, don't forget. It's fabulous. I've only been running on Fabulous in Editor. The problem is you've got to wait a very long time for it to generate, but yeah, we'll do it. The usual limiting factors are actually the shadows. Weirdly enough, did you do a yawn? That's interestingly still pretty much the same. Bye for now, Nick. It's still, it's a lot less than it was, but it's still a lot. Did I? Oh, I forgot to do that bit. That might still be the right number. I didn't actually put a threshold check in. I just went, do it anyway. Right, nearly there though. I'll bump the version to. Sadix, you are quite correct that it was a good survival environment, but it was bleak and depressing and not really very fun. Like, it wasn't nice. I was saying this. I used to play. At one point, I played Crysis and Doom 3. About the same time, and Doom 3 is the better game. No ifs, no buts. Absolutely, it was better. But I really like where Crytek was set. Where Crysis was a nice place. I'm like, I could live here. This is a nice island. It's full of murderers and drug dealers and other undesirables, but overall, it's a nice area. Whereas Doom 3 was just depressing. Yeah, getting there. That's a bit less. Probably about 10% of that. And it's the same thing. Now, my biggest worry is that I've just made the surface too attractive. And if the surface is attractive, then people are going to spend their time up there. Let it compile. That's kinda probably about the right density. I'm not going to bother fixing the graphic today. Those ones will be replaced with actual stalactite graphics, which I don't have, and be replaced. So this is more about the generation in your world rather than anything else. Again, they won't appear on low detail. But I think that gives about the right look. But yeah, I need to actually get some stalactites or stalagmites. Though that does look pretty cool. But I am concerned what I said earlier about people wanting to now stay on the surface. I think that's going to happen. People are like, oh, it's nice up here. Why would I go underground? Like, oh, yeah... Come on, generate faster. So these won't glow when we're done, I don't think. They will be modulated on the surface colours. So we're still in somewhere slightly pink, but they won't be this sort of glowy. Possibly statue, yes. I want to continue to develop the game. This is a first step in a kind of a reinvention of the game, shall we say. I was thinking about quoting Madonna in some way, shape or form. You know, something like not only Madonna can invent herself, something like that. But as I go down, so we're now into the cold caverns. So just above the cold caverns, you can only have blue plants. It's the only thing that can spawn. And as we head down, down, down into the hole, great. So I just head 250 meters down. And I'll cheat because I'm getting really hungry now. I'll cheat and do not maximize. There we go. Let it do its spawning thing. I really wish this was quicker. So down here, you see, we're in a different area. Where am I? I'm there. Yeah, so down here, they're blue. But they shouldn't have any colour by this point. It'll probably be maybe a bit of colour. Maybe the whole world is based on that colour, that primary colour system we've got going. Not primary colours, but the primary colour system. So yes, it won't look like that. That's not the plan. But they will be where these are. So this means I can make the build today. It's got the fixes to the lighting. It's probably got a bunch of other fixes and I've forgotten about them. Only thing I'm going to do, while I remember... Oh man, that looks so good. Again, you'll probably struggle to see this on stream. Oh, that's sand. I'm like, what the hell's that? I don't even know what that is about sand. So it's hit the edge of the world, and it's waiting for that to generate. Wait for it. And then it falls. I would also like to really improve sand. Sand is so good. And there's virtually no use for it, and it hardly ever appears. But it's looking all quite cool down here. But yeah, I suspect I will use a non-glow version of those, so they won't light up. Or maybe just the tiniest amount of glow. Just a hair. I'm just going to make sure I fix this. I don't think I did. I think the sound is excellent. It just hits performance a bit too hard. That's the only problem. Now I'm going to fix one more thing before I go, if I haven't fixed it. Because that's not by design. That's a bug. All I have to do is in the terrain data, thank you Unity, in the terrain data, I just need to say grass, hijack for grass is glasses true? I thought that was what LPTs did. Okay. I don't know why that's not working. So grass, which is the waving stuff on top, is passable, hidden, object, entity. It's glass. And glass means that it's transparent, like it's a glass type. Unless this doesn't work anymore. Oh, wait a minute. That calls is cube glass old, which returns terrain data is glass, which returns that one. Thank you. Modding. Have I spelt it wrong? Terrain data is glass. True. That's mods. That's mods. I think I may have actually forgotten to do this. No, I can't, because this works on other things, isn't it? Terrain data, it's just the comments confusing me. Overrides, apply to overrides from a mod to this entity. Because pretty sure that's what this does. Otherwise, we've just literally never... source dot is garbage. Yeah, say there's an extra call for garbage. Garbage there, garbage... Yeah, it's, huh. Tomas, isn't that Arthur running out of power? Maybe? I don't know. I'm assuming the is garbage flag works. That's only got 4 references. Okay, that's a bad example. Paintable, that one definitely works. So we return it there. We set it in set overrides from, or in override terrain data entry to standard format. I can't see, honestly, where we set this in the first place. I mean, there aren't many things that are glass. There aren't supposed to be. I might just hack it in for now and make a note that there's a bug because I'm hungry and I want to go and I'm just tired of programming for the day. But a source dot, yeah, like the terrain data entry here. If we've got an is glass, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What? Is cube glass? Okay. That returns that one. If LE type equals eCube types dot TNT for now grass, return true. I can't be bothered to dig through, and I know this is actually causing people some problems, so we'll fix that one the bad way. Sometimes the wrong brightness should be fixed. Yep. Maybe. Yes. No. Yes. Every so often, you see, I just throw my current to-do list to the wind and then start again, and it just keeps getting bigger, much quicker than I can possibly work on it. Just very briefly as well, if you're in need of just a little bit of relaxation, just watch the kiddie, just for a moment. Just watch him breathe out. And in, and out, and in, and out. He's lovely when he's asleep. And laser is... Ooh, now I'm confused. Oh, thank you. Cepheus, do you know what we said about being relaxing and lovely and sleepy, and you just come along just meow at me? Okay, now I don't understand. If it's that type, return true. Is it 11? 9? I can't remember now. Conditions. LE type equals E cube types dot TNT, but now grass. Seriously? Thank you. I think that's the only one I've got in the world. And I think it said it was hitting type 88. 88 is ore copper. Oh man, that means I have other ones in the world somewhere. Really? I didn't think I did. No, I can't have any. I didn't bother checking the laser power transmitter. It's the only thing I want to do. That's it. This is not a difficult thing. And this shouldn't really hit anything, I don't think. Blib, 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 blibs. What have you hit? I've hit a type 1. 1? Air, okay. What have you hit now? A type 12. What's a type 12, I ask you? Pretty sure I know the answer to this. Type 12 is a bedrock. What? How the... Bedrock? What the bleeding hell? Bedrock? I've just worked out why. It's because it's got an entity. That's why. It's not because it's not marked as glass. It is marked as glass. Issue is comment. Glass overrides entity or solid. Solid and glass is stupid anyway. So that's what it would have been. I don't think I need my hack. I hope not. I'm so hungry. Emmy, if you're still there watching, just very briefly want to show you one of the other plants because I was thinking about using something a little bit similar to this one. So when this one's growing, so it's got this sort of bowl-shaped effect, and I was thinking about having that there. The real problem is poly count, as I said. These, I think I'm at high detail. Yeah, I'm at high detail. So each of these is a whopping 6 polys. It also has the issue they kind of have to grow out of the centre-ish. See, that one's a bit naughty. That's falling over. So you can get ones at the edge that are just kind of slightly poking out. It's the terror of procedural generation, I'm afraid. I'd kind of have to sort of hit the most amount of... What? Ah! I have to kind of hit the most amount of solutions for the most amount of situations that I can without having it too wrong in too many situations, which is a pain. Come on, cube 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's do a breakpoint. I'm liking conditional breakpoints. Conditions L cube not equal to 1. It's one of those, what I really want and what I think I can actually have is not the same thing. Hold on. I told you to display an error if you hit something other than 1, and you didn't. Am I doing the entity check further up? Is there another glass check? There is. Twit. All right. Yeah, so we can't have glass entities that you can attach lasers to. I think that's going to be okay. I think I'm going to get away with that restriction. I have already thought about it, though. You're quite right. It doesn't necessarily mean that this texture is going to be more... isn't going to be changed. I suspect some work on the texture, some extra bits at the bottom would probably help. What would be quite cool, if we look at the this one here, is if there was... Well, actually, that was not too bad, but there's a bit of a splat at the bottom. Like, it'd be good. Part of the problem is obviously what you really want is kind of a patch of dirt and grass, you know, as a flat plane around it. Hey, there we go. Awesome. Right. Okay, guys, I'm going to make the patch now. Thank you for watching. I am streaming tomorrow, but not Tuesday. Tuesday, I am in London doing a talk. If you're in London tomorrow and you want to come and see me, let me know. I'm finishing my sentence. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I'm too hungry to think. So, yeah, I'm around tomorrow. I'm streaming all day tomorrow. Just a reminder, as I have said before 100 million times, and I will say it every day until I'm rich. If you want to help out FortressCraft, the best thing you can do is become a patron, more than anything else. If you can't afford to become a patron, please, for the God's sake, do not do something you can't afford. And tell your friends. Help with screenshots, help with tweeting, talk about it on the forums, any forums, all of those things. Stetchy, I believe most of those things are actually fixed, in fact. And I will do my best to continue working on the game. Now that I've got access to some more advanced tech, hopefully you guys can see that we have a long way that we can still progress the game, and I would like to progress that game, and that is based entirely on money, not anything else. I have the enthusiasm, at least at the minute. I have the enthusiasm. I have 1,000,001 ideas that still I have not managed to implement. And I will continue to implement those over time. And as I said, I hope that this patch and the radical changes that has happened in the last few days indicates to you guys quite how much we could continue to push this game as the engine grows and gets bigger. So yeah, that's my not my shill. That's not the right term. Just to let you know, the Patreon is still about half of what it was at peak, and at peak it was almost enough to actually consider hiring somebody full time. But we've dropped off, sadly. What happened is, when basically the Frozen Factory hit, loads of people just stopped becoming a patron because they got their free stuff. So rather sad. But that's the way it goes. Other than that, thank you for watching. Please, if you get the chance, do opt into the build. Try a new world out. Get some pictures. Let me know what you think. And just gonna leave that picture up for a few seconds. I'm letting go now because it looks really good. And there is still a chance. I might not push this live, this patch. There is a chance I may hold off and go, actually, that's a Frozen. That's an Adventures Pack thing. What I'll probably do is I'll try and make clear this is part of the Frozen. This is part of the Adventures Pack budget, and I'm giving it to you all. But if you want to opt in, if you want to test it, get me some pictures, get me some feedback, opt into the new world branch. I do not recommend you load up an existing world. I recommend you create a new throwaway world. Real emphasis throwaway. I've got stalactites in. I don't have the rocks in. Rocks will be going in tomorrow. Now I figured out the craziness in stalactites. But yeah, get me some pictures. The more pictures you get me, the more likely it is I can sell it. I'd like to try and get some push from the publisher as well, going, hey, look, this is the kind of to a degree, this is the last ditch attempt at pushing it out as much as possible. But now, I am going to eat, and none of you are invited. So, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, you're all invited. Bye for now.